before we step off the trail together, quick thing. If you love long-form frontier sagas that feel like a movie you can hear, tap like, subscribe, and drop a comment with your city and the time you're listening. It's wild thinking someone might be on a lunch break in Tampa, while another is up late in Anchorage. All right, blanket up, shoulders loose, eyes open. We're going back. The cold speaks first. It doesn't say freeze, it says trade. It trades your comfort for your attention, your assumptions for your breath. You wake with that bargain already struck ice, slicking the inside of your wool blanket, breath turning to crystals that prick the skin under your nose, and a darkness so complete you wonder if the fire went out or your eyes just gave up. You test a finger, then a hand, then your whole arm before your brain lets you move. That delay, out here, it's dangerous. Cold loves hesitation. Up, says a voice from the dark. Not barked, measured, like someone counting your heartbeats. Heaters sulking. You turn and see him by the faintest ember glow, a narrow-shouldered man with a long jaw and a nose broken so long ago it's set slightly crooked. The others call him Hawker. You call him Lucky, because that's what he has been, so far men like him shouldn't still be alive after 15 winters in these mountains. He points with his chin, not his hand. A small pit of ash with 2 stubborn eyes of orange underneath. Coal's there, Hawker says. Not dead, just shy. Same as most men when the world's watching. He doesn't use a match none to spare. He doesn't use drama either. The trick is simple. Ash is a blanket, coals are toddlers. Smother them and they go quiet. Give them just enough air and they sing. He scrapes a thin trench through the ash, nests the coals in a cradle of dry punkwood he cut yesterday and hid under the bed, then feeds in thumb-sized twigs from a pouch he keeps inside his shirt. Body warm, dry, he leans and breathes. Not a blow, a whisper. No hurry, no panic, just a steady breath until the orange coals turn yellow-white and sees a twig with a sound like a moth catching fire. Flame rises. Not much, but more than nothing. He looks at you without looking, a trick of men who dislike explanations. Fire-making, he murmurs, ain't about courage. It's about preparation and mercy. Mercy for the flame, preparation for the everything else. He passes you a strip of meat so hard you could skate with it. Ration, he says. It's pemmican, though he calls it travel butter. Rendered fat and pounded meat, studded with last autumn's choke cherries. You bite, and it's all tallow and temps, and the promise of not starving today. The shelter is a 3-sided brush house pressed into a bank of wind-packed snow. Yesterday it was a thicket. Now it's a wall that catches heat from a long, trench-style fire. The roof is pine boughs layered like fish scales, green side down to shed melt, thatch side up to hold smoke. You helped cut it, hands numbed, then learned why every frond points downhill. Water follows authority, and gravity is a ruthless sergeant. You also learned to build the fire long and low, so it throws heat like a ribbon into the shelter, and not like a column shooting signals into the sky. Heat without the beacon, an old trick that keeps you warm and uninteresting to passers-by, who might be more curious than friendly. Hawker tests the wind with a pinch of ash. It drifts northwest. He nods. Shelter faces leeward. Always face your back to what wants to slap you. You slide stiff feet into boots that aren't really boots anymore, rawhide patched over stiff leather. Wool wrapped around toes, a prayer threaded through each seam. Hawker watches you tie the laces. Hands, he says. You stop. He nods at the fire. Warm M. Then tie. Cold hands make knots that regret. He sits with you and holds his palms over the flames. He doesn't rush, not even now, not with light coming, not with traps to check and a river that's been biting at its banks like a hungry dog. Listen, he says. The ground is a thief, takes heat straight from the bones. So you pay it with a mattress. You think of the first nights on the trail when you slept on just dirt because you assumed the ground was neutral. Hawker taught you a lesson with a hand on your shoulder and no I told you. He showed you the alpine bed, a layer of dead branches, dead because green bleeds moisture and moisture steals heat than grass. Then boughs needle side down. You slept like a man without a grudge for the first time in days. Not comfort, exactly, but the ache in your hips was the dull ache of work, not the sharp ache of an ambush. He holds up 2 fingers. 3 things save you at night, he says. Ground, wind, and wet. Beat 2 and you live. Beat all 3 and you get cocky, which kills the next week. Wind you beat with walls that don't shout back at storms. Wet you beat with discipline and a constant suspicion of anything that looks like convenience. Cottons for funerals, he says. Wools for men who intend to attend them. He made you trade your proud city shirt for a sweat-dark sweater that smells like sheep and survival. A jay screams in the trees outside. It's not outrage not yet, it's the ordinary gossip of daylight. Hawker listens anyway, then pinches the bridge of his nose. Blue guards are awake. He chuckles at your blank look. Jays, they watch for hawks, wolves, men. When they go quiet altogether, you go quiet too. Somebody bigger just entered the story. You step outside, careful to put your boots where last night's footprints still cut the crust. You don't make fresh noise if old noise will do. The sky is the color of iron with a bruise along the east, and the creek you camped beside has a crust of ice the thickness of fingernails. Beyond the creek is your line of iron, 5 steel traps sunk along edges you picked together. Not where the current roars beaver are engineers, not fools, but along the tuck-ins and side channels where debris naps and scent travels slow. Hawker points to a cottonwood, with that beaver smile cut into its base. The gnaw marks are shiny at the edges, wet. You're finally learning to read gloss and dull like ink. Fresh means night work. Dull means that moisture had time to dry and the beaver moved upstream. What's the story? He asks. You crouch, sleeves brushing snow, and you feel the way the silt has built a shelf beneath a drowned willow root. An upstream slide, slicker than the bank by your knee. Family, you say. At least 3. 2 small, 1 large. They're moving between the bend and this log jam. Night work to the east side first, then back here before dawn. They're bold. He nods once. 1 nod is worth a paragraph with him. Then he points at your cheek, at the steam of your breath. Mask that. He's taught you primitive scent discipline. To you it sounded like superstition until you watched a muskrat hang up in the water 30 feet from a trap, and then dissolve into the reed shadows without a sound. He breaks a twig of spruce and crimps it between finger and thumb until sap beads like tears. Hands, neck, breath, he says. Let the creek talk for you. You stalk along the bank. Stalk is the wrong word. Stalk suggests villains and drama. What you're really learning is to move like someone who should already be where they're going. Heel tubal, knees soft, hips unlocked. Weight like a question asked at every step. You smell smoke, not from your fire, from a distance. Not pine, not willow. Cottonwood and something, grease. You glance at Harker. He doesn't glance back. He's already looking. Camp, he says after a long minute. Upwind, old. 2 nights maybe. No horses. No fresh prints on this side. Trappers. You ask, could be, he says. Could be hunters. Could be folks like us, or folks who'd use folks like us for supplies. His eyes cut to the tree line without moving his head. We're in Crow country by their judgment this season. Ute to the south. Blackfeet used the high passes like hallways when the elk move. Everyone's got a calendar that isn't printed. You kneel beside the first trap's chain and start to pull, slow. The river speaks through the links. Silt, silt, a stick, and then a different weight. A thunk that carries up your arm. You set your feet and haul, and a shape rises out of the black green. Fur dark as wet bark. A leg caught clean. A ripple of muscle that goes slack as it clears air. Big one, prime. The fur shines. The guard hairs lie flat. And for a heartbeat you think not of money, not of hats back east, but of warmth. How this pelt used to make a small sleeping space under the ice, a kind of hearth. Hawker doesn't congratulate. He scans the bank, then the opposite bank, then the sky where the jay has moved 3 trees over. He nods to the edge of the water. Quick, we don't stand in the same place long. Not fear, habit. Men who live long out here train their muscles to be bored with urgency. You work the pelt. It is not delicate work, but it is precise, and the precision is a kind of respect. You cut around, you peel, you reverse the skin so the fur stays clean. You keep the caster sacks intact because bait is a currency, and you set the hide where the sun can look but not stare. Hawker watches your hands the way a sailor watches a reef. Less elbow, he says. More knife. 2 traps empty. 1 sprung, nothing in it. The last holds a kit small, alive, eyes black stones above chattering orange teeth. You feel the pressure in your throat, the one that asked for pets when you were a child. Out here, that pressure is a luxury for other people. Hawker puts a hand on your shoulder. You learn mercy, you learn efficiency, he says quietly. He shows you how to make it quick, clean, final. You look away and then force yourself to look back. Not for grit, for truth. By the time you string the pelts, the sky has traded bruise for burn. Gold slides down the canyon wall like a spill of warm metal, and the creek makes a different sound, leave more teeth in it because ice is loosening and everything that was stiff is deciding whether to flow. Back at camp, Hawker turns the morning into a lesson in time management no banker could improve. You've got 3 kinds of work, he says. Urgent, important, and necessary. Out here, necessary wins. Urgent is the wind shift. He keeps the fire low, banks the coals, lays in a parallel log to reflect heat back into the shelter. Important is the pelts. He checks for flesh you missed, scrapes thin where thick will rot, sets frame hoops he bent from willow last afternoon when you thought you were done. Necessary is food. He cubes meat, renders fat in a small tin, saves the kidneys because waste is arrogance, and drops the tail onto coals where it pops like a frog in a pan. He shows you how to cut a notchstick for coffee, 1 notch for each spoonful, so you don't drink your week in a day while the fat melts. He finally answers a question you've asked in a dozen ways without using your voice. Why this life? Hawker flips the tail with his knife. The outer skin blisters, blackened peels, and underneath is pale, creamy fat that smells like survival itself. Because inside a town, he says, men argue words. Out here, they argue with weather. Weather never lies. You eat. It is greasy and glorious and sticks to your ribs like your ribs owe it money. The heat of it moves down your throat like a lamp being carried through a dark house, room by room. And some part of you that was thinking of the city of mattresses and stoves and shelves goes silent. Another part takes notes. Pack light, Hawker says, watching you watch the fat, but pack ideas heavy. He holds up items, one by one, the way a magician proves his table is empty before the trick. Flint and steel in an oiled pouch. A folding draw knife with the edge deliberately dull for fleshing. A needle threaded with sinew and a tiny bottle of bear grease. 2 snares coiled with care. 1 spare axe head with lashing holes. You can lose a handle, he says. You can't lose a blade. He shows you the map he keeps, which is not a map at all, no paper, no ink. It's in the scratches on his rifle stock, each notch a place where 2 creeks kiss or a pass dips like a shoulder in a crowd. He taps a notch with the back of his knife. This, he says, is where lightning starts, forest and a hot spring keeps it from finishing. Good wintering if you don't mind the smell. This another notch is where elk run in a line so clean you could set your watch by their hooves. If you had a watch worth setting, you ask how he remembers without forgetting. He shrugs. Same way you remember which stair in your mother's house squeak the part of you that falls when you step wrong. By midday, the pelts are on their hoops. The meat is smoking in slow ribbons above a low bed of coals, and Hawker has you practicing knots until your fingers complain. The bowline, the clove hitch, the timber hitch, the fisherman's, not that a friend taught him by the sort of friendship that left scars. You learn to tie each with gloves on, with eyes closed, with the wind pushing and a jay insulting you from above. Skill, he says, is what you can do when you're tired, hungry, and worried about something breaking your ribs. The sky clears enough to show a kind of glassy blue you've learned means cruelty after dusk. Hawker's eyes go there and then west, and he draws a line in the dirt with his boot heel. We've got 24 hours of luck from that ridge, he says. Then the thaw comes fast. River will lift like a man, angry at being ignored, cross now. You ask, throat tightening with the memory of water as a fist. Not yet, he says. We build. We don't wish. He sketches a circle with a stick. Bull boat, if we must willow ribs, hide skin, grease the seams. He sees your face, and we don't ride it like a carriage. We respect it like a drunk horse. You laugh because he wants you to, and he lets the laugh hang long enough to take the sting out of the plan. Afternoon leans toward evening. You gather wood from where wood lives dry, inside dead standing trees, under the eaves of boulders, in the bellies of fallen trunks. You keep a bundle of tinder in your pocket at all times now, cedar bark teased to hair. Milkweed fluff guarded like confession, and a scrap of charred cloth that catches sparks the way a liar catches rumors. You practice with flint and steel until you can find a coal with 3 strikes, and nurse it into a curl of flame in the time it takes a story to reach its first lie. Twilight comes, dressed as forgiveness. The temperature slips, the creek hardens along the edges, and sounds sharpen. Somewhere downstream, a branch gives up and snaps. Somewhere upstream, an owl floats through the trees like a thought you can't quite hold. Hawker tightens a lash and speaks the day's epilogue. Most folks think survival is teeth, he says. It's not. It's noticing, he points, not with a finger, but with his chin again, to your drying line, which you placed in a swale where cold air pools, to the way you leaned your rifle where snowmelt could drip into the lock, to the fact that your bedroll crept too close to the long fire's edge while you worked. You move each item without protest. He nods, and this time the nod says more than approval. It says you are becoming a man who will fix a mistake before it hurts him, which is all the wilderness ever asks. Night clamps down, and the brush house holds a small kingdom of warmth. The long fire draws, the smoke hole breathes, and your hands raw in the morning are steady now, familiar with the day's tax. Hawker lays back, hat riding low, knife in its sheath, but within a shrug of his hand. You lay back too, and the ground does what it always does. Reminds you that comfort is a word for rooms, not for ridges. Tomorrow, he says, almost asleep, we'll walk like we belong here. You are about to answer when the jays go silent, not a lull and edit. The forest takes a breath and holds it. Then comes the sound, 2 notes of wood knocking wood, not wind, not river, intent. Hawker's eyes are open before your heart decides to race. His hand finds your sleeve, squeezes once, not hard, and he points at the shadows beyond the fire's rim where the night is thicker. Remember, he whispers. Noticing, you hold your breath and hear it again, the hollow toke-toke, spaced so evenly it turns your blood to glass. Maybe a deer touching antlers to a sapling. Maybe a man telling another man where to find free supplies. Maybe there's a third thing in the woods that sounds like that, and you don't know its name yet. You will, for now. Hawker tips the coffee tin toward the coals and mutes their glow to a tired orange. The brush house swallows your silhouettes. The forest leans in to listen. Out here, the cold teaches fast. The dark teaches faster. But the quiet is the teacher that never stops. And tonight, it has questions. Asterisk before we move. Quick roll call. Drop your city and local time in the comments. Sit still blows my mind that someone's hearing this from a porch in Savannah while another is riding the late shift in Boise. If you're new here and like frontier sagas that feel like a movie you can hear, tap like, subscribe, blanket up, shoulders down, breathe quiet. The night is listening. The forest has gone to ink and questions. The jays chatter cut off like a knife, and that hollow toke-toke keeps tapping at the dark. Not wind, not river, intent. Hawker squeezes your sleeve once, his way of saying, mind first, then ghosts, a hand toward the long fire. He drags the coffee tin sideways to veil the coals and pulls a smoldered bow across the trench, dimming orange to the color of sleeping cats. The brush house swallows your silhouettes. You strain your ears until they feel like another set of eyes. The sound comes again, farther upslope, then answers from below a second toke with a different timbre, like one stick is hollow, the other hungrier. Hawker's mouth barely moves. Not deer, not elk, man or cat. Cat knocks. You whisper, throat dry. Cats don't, he breathes. But men mimic anything they think gets them closer. A moment later, another sound threads the dark. Not a step, not a cough. A low branch bending and letting go. The cold has a voice when it touches wood. This isn't that. This is weight. 2 of them, maybe 3, trying to move like ghosts and not winning. Hawker doesn't reach for his rifle. He adjusts the world. With 2 fingers he tilts the drying frames so their silhouettes don't read as men. He nudges your bedroll back from the fireline so the edge doesn't print a human shape. He palms a coal, rolls it to the far end of the trench to throw a false glow where no bodies are. Let them see ghosts, he whispers. Not us. You hear a wet breath from the creek, then a foot on stones, then the faint chime of metal a buckle, a hook, a bit ring. Horses. You feel your jaw tighten without permission. On this side of winter, horses are both currency and declaration. Folks walking this ridge with horses don't plan to go hungry. Or unseen. Trappers. You mouth asterisk. Hawker's reply is a fraction of a nod and a tilt of the head that means maybe, but their boots will tell it. He lifts his chin at your left hand, easy. He eases his own knife loose in its sheath, not to draw, just to be able to draw without the scold of leather. The tok-tok stops. The horses stop. The night holds its breath again, and in that breath you hear Itar voice. Not words, exactly, but the shape of words, low and decided, 2 syllables pressed, then a pause. A second voice answers with a different cadence. Not Crow, not Ute, not Blackfoot. Sounds like the Missouri Valley, French bent English, or English bent French. Free trappers, maybe, or men who learn to sound like them when it profits. Hawker shifts his posture by inches, angling his head so his right ear faces the creek. They think we left, he breathes. Old coals, small glow, but they smelled fat. You curse your own belly under your breath. Rendered tallow hangs on the air like a hint and a dare. Hawker closes his eyes the way a man looks harder, then opens them and rolls onto his side. We make them an offer, he says, as if you're sitting across a table. What kind? Truth, he says. With distance, he moves. Not a stand, a hinge, slow and patient. He stays below the brush wall, slips out into the gap between long fire and doorway, and flickers the coal with a twig so it sighs brighter, just enough to make the shelter red as empty Patrician. He steps sideways into the cold and vanishes from your peripheral like smoke, learning a new direction. You wait, 10 heartbeats. 20, the creek fills the space his body used to occupy. Then you hear Hawker again, but not beside you, up and left, his voice low, shaped for distance and lack of threat. Camp's cold, he calls, easy as casual. No call to look harder than your mother taught you, a beat, then boots on stone. A horse stamps. The first voice answers, equally casual, equally not. Friendly talk, he calls. Friendly men. That's what wolves say to sheep. Hawker returns, still easy. Take your step with your mouth. We'll listen better than we see. He's positioned himself where he can talk without showing. You slide forward to cover the door side and put the brush wall between you and the creek. Your rifle stays low, but on your thigh, muzzle shadowed by the doorway lintel. Your job isn't to aim. It's to not look like you're aiming. 2 silhouettes emerge along the creek's bend taller than you want them to be. One with a hat, brim wide as a promise. The other with a cap pulled down to his eyebrows. Behind them, 2 horses move like they're tired of being men's ideas. The wide brim holds a hand out from his side. Not up, not down. The kind of hand that says, I'm holding something later. We smelled soup, the wide brim says. We got cold men. Soup you smelled earlier, Hawker replies. Cold we can share with you just fine. He lets the line sit, then adds, pelt hoops aren't yours unless you're me. The Caprim laughs softly, not a pleasant sound. We ain't crowin' for your furs, he says. Ain't the season for crowin' anyway. Capbrim steps closer than his friend. His coat is trader blue, gone grey at the elbows and shiny at the cuffs. On his belt hangs a skinning knife with a handle dark from fat and time. He looks toward the brush house and not into it. Smart. He lifts his chin at the long fire. You mind if I warm what's freezing off? Not that end, Hawker says. Other side. The wide brim holds position. He is measuring Hawker with his posture and you with your absence. We came across Sin Upriver, he says. Crow sign, war sign. He nods past you, up the ridge. They walk like they got a plan. So do I, Hawker says. Mine involves keeping mine. Capbrim crouches near the far end of the trench, puts his hands out to the low heat, and for the first time looks like a person instead of a possibility. His face is older than his voice, marked with the kind of lines the wind draws when it uses a knife. Name's Cormac, he says to the flames. That one, S. Bill. He pronounces it with a flourish Bila, which might be a joke, he tells himself, or a name he's hoping you respect. Hawker tilts his head. Hawker, he says. Nothing else. He doesn't offer your name, doesn't give Cormac a place to put a hook bill wide. Brim tips the edge of his hat with a crooked finger. We don't mean to borrow what ain't offered, he says, but the river's going to run long tomorrow. We're crossing at First Orange. You look like men who might prefer a crowd when water's angry. Hawker's eyes cut to you for a fraction. The question is plain. Listen for truth, not comfort. He shifts his weight. What you crossing in? Logs and prayer, Cormac says, smiling with half his mouth. We got one buffalo hide left from the flats. We can dress her to a coracle if we convince her with enough grease. Coracle, Hawker repeats, not impressed. Round boat spins real pretty while it drowns you. Bill shrugs. Depends on who's persuading. The night loosens slightly, like a fist deciding not to hit yet. Hawker steps just enough into the glow that his outline looks like a man who isn't afraid. He points up canyon with his chin. Blackfeet were south 2 days ago, headed here. Crow scouts told me this morning. Your crossing at Orange might find company. Cormac's smile fades. We heard the knocking, he says quietly. Figured it for your signal. Hawker shakes his head. Not mine. They let that hang. Somewhere a limb breaks under snow, and a slow slide of frost peels off a spruce with a sound like silk tearing. Bill draws a breath you can hear, then releases it like a decision. Trade, he says. Bear grease for sinew. We'll need lashings that ain't jealous of water. Hawker weighs. Trade tells you as much about a man as anything. He nods once. To Coils, he says. You leave the horses away and the musket sleeping. We talk near the water where footprints show if someone else joins the dance. They do it right. Cormac sets his musket on a forked branch and steps into the shallow gravel at the creek's edge, where anyone can count how many toes he brings. Bill follows, tethering the horses where they can reach browse, but not a quick exit. You watch their hands. Hawker watches their eyes. Cormac produces a twist of sinew from inside his coat deer, split fine, longer than it looks. He holds it like someone holds a baby, offered but not surrendered. Hawker opens a small tin of bear grease that smells of acorns and smoke. He keeps it nested in a leather bag near his chest so it never sets hard. He ladles a thumb's worth onto a flat chip of bark. Half now, Hawker says. Half when we're done talking. Cormac nods like a man who has been poor in ways that made him polite. He tears off what Hawker names and passes it over. You can feel the air change Commerce softens even hard luck. Men who trade are men who might back away instead of forward. Your crossing, Hawker says, will work better if it's not round. Cormac smirks. You got a square hide. A frame, Hawker says. You build a hoop, she spins. You build a rib, she listens. And just like that, the night tilts from threat into lesson. Hawker sketches with the sinew itself, long willow ribs, bent shallow, not deep, lashed to two spines that run bow to stern. Think turtle, not wash tub, he says. Skin hair side in, scrape side out. Grease the seams and every hole your oar makes. Put your load where the river wants it, low and centered. Kneel, don't sit. Hands ready, pride off. Cormac listens like a man who remembers being young and cold. Bill Docentey move closer, but his hat angle shifts, the kind of tilt a gambler gets when the dealer flips a card he wasn't expecting. He's measuring Hawker's boat talk against long water days burned into his muscles. We can share a bend, Bill says after a minute. Safer for 4 than 2. Safer for 8 if you count who'll hear us, Hawker returns. Noise is a map with your camp marked, you are here. We go in 1s and 2s, not like a parade. Cormac glances at the horse tether line and the dark beyond it. Crow will see us whether we sing or whisper, he says. But I take your meaning. He eyes your hoops, the pelts pegged taut. You work clean, he says to you. You set your scraper dull, like you should. Most greenhorns cut their money in half without knowing it. It's praise wearing a scowl, and you accept it. With a grudging nod, because you've learned that out here, joy makes noise. Hawker's mouth quirks his version of a grin. They trade the rest of the sinew for a lump of grease the size of a fist. Then Hawker asks the expensive question. What took you up this ridge in the dark? Bill Docentey answer first. Cormac does. Horses, he says. We got 2, wanted 3. Less for ride than for trade. Rendezvous will bleed dry a fool who walks in without something to sell. And we're 2 fools who prefer to choose our bleeding. Hawker grunts. A truth that doesn't lie is worth more than powder. You see sign of Blackfeet with those crow scratches. Cormac shakes his head. Just the crow talking to crow. But rumor walks faster than feet. Hawker tips his chin to the brush house. We're staying dark. Crossing after first shade, not first orange. Water's meaner, eyes are kinder. Bill finally speaks again, voice like a knife slipped back into its home. We'll be ahead of you, he says. Not a threat, a weather report. He tips his hat, tethers creak, and he and Cormac fade into the trees the way men do who mean to keep tomorrow. Silence returns. The way a pond reforms after a stone. The jays stay quiet, respect or confusion, hard to say. Hawker breathes out long and shakes his hands once, as if to flick water off them. Learn anything? He asks, almost conversational. Round boats spin. You say. He gives you a slow blink. That means try again. Men who walk at night carry urgency or bad ideas, you say. These carried urgency. He nods. And your bear grease buys you a say in what floats next to you. Now you're learning, he says. You sleep in shifts. Every time your eyes close, the river moves closer in your mind. When you wake before dawn, the world is knife-hard and clear. The sky out east has that faint tin sheen that happens 30 minutes before the mountains remember the sun. You and Hawker eat in silence 2 bites of pemmican, softened in hot water into a stew that tastes like last year and stamina. He checks the lashings on the frame you built yesterday afternoon, because always build when the thought is warm. He hands you the awl and makes you stitch the hide yourself, tight and even, your breath fogging the seam. Bare grease warming in the tin like a candle. Hair in, he reminds, so water slides, not drags. You remember the last crossing, how the bullboat spun. You, like fate, had a sense of humor and fight the urge to knot the sinew tighter than it wants. Tight strings snap, kind strings flex. You whisper the lesson to your hands. By the time the east has turned from tin to coin, the hide is laced, the seams greased. The ribs creak when you press good creek, living creek, and the river has found its morning voice. You and Hawker carry the boat to a put-in he picked last night, a little upstream from camp, where the current curves like a polite bow rather than a thrown elbow. He shows you a willow he peeled long thin to serve as a poor man's paddle. We don't paddle, we place, he says. Think hands on a sleeping dog. You ain't trying to wake it. Downstream, far enough to be safe and near enough to be interested, you see Cormac and Bill S shapes. They've built their coracle after all round as a coin, edges laced so tight the hide drumheads when Bill thumps it. He lifts a hand, not a wave, more a nod you can see from 100 yards. Hawker kneels into the boat, and it doesn't buck. It receives him the way the shelter received the long fire, like something that was designed right. He looks at you. Your fear has a job, he says. It points. It does not steer. You kneel opposite. The river lifts you as if to sniff, then sets you down again. Hawker pushes off, and the frame answers not, spinning, not sulking. He places the willow into the water like a polite guest, sets a glass on a table and guides. The nose toward the far bank the current catches your ribs, not like a fist, like a firm hand at the small of your back. You bow to it, knees soft, hands low. When the boat yawns, you counter before yawning turns to spin. When it slides toward a hump of standing wave, Hawker places again, and the boat hums past. Your throat and the river have the same temperature, halfway across. A log bobs into viewer, brown back, a slick spine, and just as you think, driftwood, it blinks. Not wood, elk, drowned earlier upstream, loosed from a deadfall and now cruising belly down like a warning. Hawker doesn't curse. He breathes. Edge left, he says. We don't hit grief. We learn from it. The boat obeys because you do. The elk passes close enough to touch, eyes green glass, rack broken on one side. Your belly flutters like a creak of its own. That was somebody's winter, you say still is, Hawker answers. For the bugs and the willows and everything that wants spring. You bank wider than you want to and land short of where you aimed, which Hawker calls success. River lies to men who think perfect. It's honest with men who steer for enough. You drag the boat up by the far bank brush and melt into the cover. Hawker is already scanning with that far-focused look he carries like a tool. Upstream, Cormac and Bill set in. Their round boat does what round boats do. It spins like a drunk remembering a song. Bill kneels too high, Cormac corrects too late, and they bang a standing wave that slaps them like a creditor. The coracle half fills, but it floats grease and luck and ugly design finding common cause. They spin into an eddy like a coin falling flat and stagger ashore, cussing in both languages at once. Cormac looks back across the water and sees your boat pulled high. He gives a small salute that feels more friendship than debt. You want to cheer. Instead, you breathe. The world doesn't reward noise unless it's song. Hawker's eyes are already moving beyond this bend, reading where the far bank holds prints that are not yours and not theirs. Moccasin sin, not fresh, but recent a day, maybe less. He crouches, measures width with his thumb, measures depth with his eyes, reads story off the collapsed edges. Crow, he says. 3, too light. 1, a man with a limp or pride. He touches a tuft of grass, pressed wrong, and angles his head. Passing through, not shopping. You feel your shoulders release tension you didn't confess they were holding. So we move, he says, quiet and simple. We stay high where the river sound hides feet and low where the sky can't memorize. Us, you and Hawker stash the boat under brush and lace a weave of branches over it that makes it look like the ground. Decided to try being a boat for a season. You mark the spot with the kind of mark only the maker reads a split twig pointing back at itself. Then shoulder your packs. The pelts ride like small sleeping animals against your spine. They smell like work and money and warmth and everything the city thinks it invented, before you turn away from the water. Hawker pauses and teaches when he doesn't have to. He taps your chest with 2 knuckles. Rivers, he says, are decisions, cold ones. Every choice you make out here when to cross, where to step, what you bring turns into water. It either carries you or keeps a piece of you. Hot head makes cold choices. You keep your heat in your hands and your head in the shade. You nod, and for once the lesson doesn't feel like something he's saying to keep. You alive, only it feels like something he lives by, whether anyone's listening or not. You step into the trees. The jays find their courage again and start complaining about it. The sun lifts over the ridge like a coin someone finally decided to pay, and the frost on the brush pops in little white fireworks. You taste bear grease and wood smoke on your tongue and funeral cotton nowhere on your body. You move like a man trying to look like he belongs here. Behind you, the river keeps a record. Ahead of you, the world keeps secrets for the patient. Beside you, Hawker carries a knife he rarely shows and a map he never unfolds. The day is about to get louder men, horses, rumors, and rendezvous, but for one more hour the wilderness lets you hear yourself think. And for the first time, your thinking is as quiet as it needs to be. Asterisk, quick warm-up before we push on. If this kind of movie you can hear is your thing, hit like, subscribe, and drop your City Plus time in the comments. It never stops being wild that someone in Dallas is listening over coffee while a night shift nurse in Spokane is catching this on a break. Blanket tucked, shoulders loose. Let's learn the ground's handwriting. The river is behind you now, stitched shut by brush where you hid the boat. Ahead, the timber rises in green stair steps and the wind comes downhill, smelling of sap and stone. Hawker doesn't say, follow. He just starts walking and expects your feet to understand. 5 minutes into the climb, he stops so suddenly you nearly step on him. His hand floats back and finds your chest without looking. Hold. You follow his eyes to nothing, just brown needles. To anthills, a scatter of cones. Then you see it. Not a track so much as a hesitation in the forest's pattern. A triangle of needles darker than the rest, wet because they were turned over and their undersides haven't dried. And the toe of a moccasin print pressed near the apex. Hawker crouches, weight on his heels, and touches the edge of the print with a twig, not a finger. You don't smudge the book while you read it, he murmurs. You bend close. The rim of the heel has slumped a little, not sharp like a brand new cut. A bead of moisture clings where the twig lifts. Night old, he says. Maybe dawn. We're reading breakfast. How do you know it isn't yesterday? He taps the pressed needles. They're breathing out still. Yesterday's would have exhaled already. He points to a spiderweb stretched between two grass stalks, inches from the print. Filament glittering like a hair caught in sunlight. A single strand is snapped, curled on itself fresh. Web broke after the step, he says, when a fly blundered or a jay's tail swished. Either way, time keeps talking. He doesn't just read direction. He reads mood. He traces the next three sign barely, their crescents where toes skimmed, not planted. Fast, he says. Not hunted fast, purpose fast. You angle your head, searching for the next letter in the sentence of the ground. He lets you look too long, lets the frustration build just enough to make the lesson stick. Finally he tilts his chin toward a scuffed patch of lichen on a rock, a smear the size of a thumbprint, pale green torn dark. Hard bottom sign, he says. When the world won't hold a print, it still holds a memory. He shows you the art of the sign cut, stepping off the obvious line and circling wide, reading ahead where sin must appear at narrowings, at places where obstacles funnel feet, at the only log that crosses a deadfall. You don't chase tracks, he says. You wait where tracks will need to go. The trail trends upslope to a narrow saddle between two knuckles of granite. As the trees thin, the wind stiffens and tells on distance. On the far side, the land falls away to a drainage you don't know yet. Pale grass, silver willows, a dark ribbon of water. Hawker touches his rifle stock, counting its carved notches with a thumb. Green River country proper, he says softly, almost like grace before eating. Before you crest the saddle, he points to the ground again. New sign, bigger feet, heel deep, toe splayed, boot prints, not moccasins. Nail marks show in the heel. A city boot that somebody's been walking too long. The spacing between steps is short, weight heavy, toes dragging slightly. Tired, Hawker says. Loaded or lazy? Maybe both. He points to the side where a sapling shows fresh bark scraped along a man's shoulder height. On the bark, a faint dark smear shines where grease from a coat rubbed. Grease reads like ink, he says. Trappers carry kitchens on their sleeves. Past the saddle, the sign multiplies deer slots like paired hearts. Wolf pads with claws barely printing, a scatter of elk droppings like oval marbles, still glossy. An hour, Hawker says, touching one lightly with the back of his fingers. Meadow feeding, headed to shade. He kneels by a broken twig and touches the exposed pith. Still wet. Wind from the north kept it from drying. Small things tell big truths. He looks at you, then not hard, but weighing. You've been learning to read, he says. Now you learn what the page says about you. He points back along the line of your own passage. You see your panic. Wide steps in the soft places, toes digging from the upslope, a broken fern where you grabbed at a stem. Boot edges sharp because you didn't take time to scuff them smooth. Tracks tell on a man, he says. They tell if he's proud, scared, sick, greedy. They tell if he sleeps cold or laughs loud. You want to walk long. Teach your feet to lie. How? You ask. He smiles with one side of his mouth. Start with shoes. Boots print loud. Moccasins whisper. He crouches and shows you how to turn your foot slightly, letting the outside edge touch first, then roll the rest. Letting weight settle like a held breath instead of a dropped stone. Shorten the step, he says. Pick your feet up, don't push. You're not plowing. You're borrowing. He steps to a patch of damp earth and makes a print. You lean close and frown. The heel doesn't dig. The toe is soft, as if the foot decided at the last instant to be lighter than it is. Hawk walk, he says. Knees soft, hips loose. Eyes ahead your feet will figure out what your eyes promised. He shows you countersign, brushing your passage with a leafy branch to blur the edges. Backstepping 3 paces and then stepping off a rock to travel in a line that has no line. In a sandy patch, he scribes a fishbone pattern with a stick across your prints, confusing any quick eyes. No cans out here for rattles, he says. But you can make the woods talk for you. He strings a line of gut between 2 saplings at hip height and hangs a rattle he's fashioned from a dried gourd he traded last season. A spoonful of pebbles inside. He nudges the line as you pass Churcher, a soft warning that something taller than deer just slipped through. Set to 3 different heights, he says. 1 for men, 1 for kids the men send ahead, 1 for horses. 90% of trouble never knows you measured it. You practice for an hour, doubling back on your own tracks, scrubbing what you can, learning what you can't. Hawker purposely leaves a false camp in a tidy square of scraped ground. A ring of stones blackened with cold soot he rubs from his hands, and a quill feather stuck at the edge, pointing north. Decoy, he says. If someone greedy is reading, give them a story they want. By late morning, the timber thins to a bench above a willow flat. The sun lifts into the kind of blue that hurts, and the wind carries the sour sweet of wet hide. You flatten without being told. Below, a small camp crouches against the willows, where a side channel chews a new bank, to Tippus grow by the painted triangles and 3 low. Brush shelters, hastily thrown. Horses graze hobbled. A woman with 2 children walks the edge of gravel, turning stones, finding wood the river forgot to soak. 2 men squat by a frame where strips of meat hang and drip elk by the color. A 3rd man sits with his leg out and a blanket tucked around his knee. He shifts and winces. Hawker watches the air around them, not just the people. No guards, he murmurs. Means they feel safe, or they've got friends close. He sniffs. Fresh blood. They took that elk at dawn. Smoke lays low. No wind here. He tips his head toward a tree where a magpie scolds, persistent. Birds rat you out. Magpies telling the whole valley dinner's up. You watch too, and the little pieces line up into a bigger one. The horses' heads lift together toward the same slice of horizon. The woman's shoulders relax when the older child brings a fist of kindling. The injured man adjusts the blanket again with careful hands. No surprise movements, no tension at the edges. Safe, you whisper. Safe for them, Hawker answers. Don't borrow other people's safety. He waits 2 more breaths, reads nothing that worries him, and touches your arm. Back up, slow. Give space. We don't turn friendly into nervous. You withdraw and swing the long way around the willow flat. Hawker uses the moment to teach the human page of the book. Tribal sign reads different, he says. Crow-marked trails with ideas bent grass in a pattern, pebbles in a line on a log. Black feet like to hide sign on the upside of things carvings, high in bark where a lazy man won't look. Sioux speak loud with horses' paint, feathers, scalp locks on bridles. You learn to hear it. You learn when to sing along or walk wide. The bench squeezes into a shallow cut, and there the ground offers a new paragraph. Moccasin prints again, 2 sets, one lighter than the other. The lighter set steps inside the largest tracks when the path narrows practiced, neat. Father and boy, Hawker says softly. Boy's learning to be invisible inside his old man. His voice shifts when he points to a different line of sign overlaying the first. Boot prints, wide apart, heel deep, the toes bite. Twice you see the boot edge drag a half moon through the pine duff when the walker pivoted fast. These aren't our friends from last night, he says. This one's hunting something, maybe the father, maybe the elk they took. You follow the boot sign for 20 yards and feel your shoulders crawl. The boot prints pause behind a boulder in view of the path, then scrape up to a higher notch where a rifle could rest without being seen from below. You see a nub of blackened willow twig where someone burned down a choke point's brush last season to clean a field of fire. Ambush posture, Hawker says, almost to himself. He crouches, eyes soft, not forcing the picture, letting it step out on its own. He waited, changed his mind, went higher, waited again, then left angry. How do you know angry? You ask. He points to the last print before the man abandoned the notch. The heel is stamped in too deep, as if the walker tried to pin the mountain to the mountain. The toe gouges where he pushed off like a man cussing with his legs. Weight tells temper, Hawker says. So does what breaks. He shows you a sapling beside the last print, snapped waist high and twisted before it tore, not cut. Torn. Impatient men don't use knives when hands can vandalize faster. You breathe out through your teeth. The picture is clear enough now, even for a newcomer. Someone with boots and bad ideas shadowed either a hunter or a father and son. Lay for them, then left when the plan built more heat than sense. Harker looks up at the sky. The sun has stepped past noon. The light is hard now. Shadows, short bad time to be in open ground, where every bush cuts a precise outline, and every man looks like a man. He angles into heavier timber and turns your attention to wind. Tracking's not just eyes, he says. It's nose and ears and skin. Wind carries your history in front of you. Stay crosswind or upwind when you can. If you can't change one of those words, he crushes a sprig of spruce and smears the sap across his wrists, neck, and the wool at his collar. He rubs a bit under his nose. Let the land talk for you, he says. Your breath shouldn't introduce you before your feet do. You copy him, sap sharp in your nostrils, eyes watering a little at first. He gives a rare, approving grunt. He crouches and pulls a twist of grey cloth from his pouch charred linen. He touches it with flint and steel, catches a spark, and tucks the ember into a wad of dry cedar bark. He breathes and coaxes a thread of smoke. He waves the thread at his coat, letting the smoke crawl through the wool. Smoke fades you, he says. Smells like last night's fire to every nose downwind. Better to smell like home than like you. You spend the afternoon braided with lessons. How do you write the hour on grass blades, and how a bent grass blade shadows itself on the ground when the sun's at an angle. How crushed lichens leave a pale scrape on granite and regain color by evening if you don't step again. How you can pace a mile with your feet and not lose count if you teach your fingers to do the math them to finger 400s. Knuckles for quarters, a notch in a stick for each 1,000. You don't need a watch or a compass to be a clock and a needle, Hawker says. He shows you how to make a shadow stick, plant a twig. Mark the tip of its shadow with a pebble, wait. Mark again the line points west-east. North is the word that line spells when it breathes. Near dusk, the woods change their sentence structure. Bird noise dies in a wave that rolls toward you from the west. Not a hush like last night's warning, more like a long exhale. Shift change, Hawker says. Dayfolk are clocking out. He stops in a patch of mud that holds the day like a mirror and studies 3 crossing lines. Deer headed down, rabbits hurrying to thorns, and the dish-shaped pads of a cat mountain, lion moving low and quiet. Claws sleeping in their sheaths so they don't print. The cat's stride is long and soft, the hind paw landing where the front paw was, ghost walking in its own shoes. You measure how the pads sit, 2 lobes in front, 3 in back, unlike dog, which is the opposite. Cat's big, Hawker says, not looking for us, looking for the foolish deer that never learned to look up. You camp high that night in a sling of furs where wind keeps your scent pinned and where your fire can be a conversation instead of a declaration. The shelter is a half-face set low with a log wall reflecting heat. Hawker hangs your socks on a cross-stick where the warmth licks, not cooks. He sits you down with rawhide thongs and has you practice splicing lashings by firelight, because hands learn best when they're a little tired. He pulls a stick from the coals, draws a map on packed dirt, a ridge like a sleeping spine. The river curling, a circle that means rendezvous fires, tents, horses, and lies dressed as stories. He taps the circle. Tracks change there, he says. Ground reads money. Prints are buyers and sellers. The dumbest track in camp will be pride. He looks up, and you catch a flicker of something like weariness pass over his eyes. Men die in towns, he says softly. They just take longer. You don't sleep quickly. The day still writes itself on the inside of your skull. Every lesson arrives with a picture. A boot heel speaking anger, a line of pebbles spelling crow, a charcloth ember breathing in bark like a tiny fox in a burrow. When you finally drift, the last thing you hear is Hawker's knife whispering on a stone, even strokes that sound like a man teaching steel to think. You're yanked up from sleep by a sound that isn't night, not the soft hiss of wind through needles, not the crack of frost letting go. A horse, not close, not relaxed. A string of them, moving faster than camp speed. You sit, alert without fully waking, and the night arranges itself into shapes. Hawker's silhouette is already up, crouched, head bent as if he's listening through the ground. East, he whispers, coming along the bench, too many for quiet, not drunk enough for careless. You killed a fire with the careful cruelty Hawker taught you pulled. Coals smothered, no hiss, no steam, no smoke to tell the next ridge what last night ate. You shoulder your pack. Hawker points you to the downwind side of a log, where your outline becomes a suggestion. The horses pass below 6, maybe 8 voices low, the syllables clipped. Not Cormac and Bill, not Crow in the torch glow. You glimpse barrel jackets on 2 rifles, a glint of brass, a hat with a feather from a bird that never flew here. Hawker's breath is warm on your ear. Men who don't belong, he says. Look how the land stares at them, nothing approves. They pass, and the dark exhales. Hawker touches your shoulder. Tomorrow, he says, we read tracks with a lot of ink spilled. You settle back onto your blanket. Sleep returns carefully, like a cat testing a chair. Before it owns you again, a thought arrives that feels borrowed from Hawker. The ground is always taking notes. Today you began to read them. Tomorrow, you'll see what happens when the book gets crowded. Asterisk, quick, camp check, before we ride in. Take a second to like, subscribe, if these frontier chapters keep you hooked, and drop your city plus local time in the comments. Nothing bonds a camp faster than realizing someone in Tampa is listening on lunch, while another's hauling night freight through Cheyenne. Okay, roll those shoulders loose, tug that blanket tight. Where we're going, the noise is its own weather. At first light, the ridge grows a spine of smoke. Thin at the edges, fat in the middle, it smears the sky with the color of old pewter. Hawker watches it the way rivermen watch water level against their boot marks on a rock. Bigger than last year, he murmurs. His hand rides his rifle like it's a skittish horse. Quieting without squeezing. The approach to rendezvous is never straight. Hawker takes you in a long, patient arc, skirting knolls, unfolding into cuts until the ground muffles your footfall and the wind keeps your scent from running ahead to introduce you. He stops at sign as if it's conversation, a broken twig, with pith just turning from bright to dull yesterday. A squashed berry with a boot ridge across its purple skin, hungry. Not careful, a horse dropping with a tack mark stamped in shod on the fore, bare on the hindman loves. His horse only halfway. Then the trees thin, the world opens, and the camp appears like a town that couldn't decide where to be, and ended up being everywhere. Tents sprawl in a river-wide fan, canvas squares white as bones, dirty lodge cloth, grey as weather, crow. Tip is tall and painted with triangles and moons, brush shelters low and mean, the kind a man builds when he'll only love it for 2 nights. Horses graze, hobbled in crescent pens. Dogs with wolf eyebrows trot like they own outcomes. And people, so many people, your eyes need a minute to remember they're meant to belong to you. Sound arrives in layers. First, the hammering, men driving pickets for horse lines, the tok-tok of adzes on rails. Then voices, all flavors, French salted over English, Spanish that rolls like saddle leather, and the guttural song of 24 tribal tongues you won't pretend to know. Laughter rises like sparks, then falls like ash. Somewhere a fiddle soars, a tune so lively you want to sprint, and so sad you want to sit. Hawker's stride shortens as if he's wading from river to marsh. He doesn't slow for fear, he slows for reading. Camp of 100 lies, he says softly, and a few truths that cost. What do we do first? You ask, trying not to stare in every direction at once. Prove we belong, he says. Then don't prove anything else. You cross an invisible boundary where private becomes public, and a kid you have never met tries to sell you a tin cup for 2 beaver. Hawker never breaks stride. Keep it, he says, without looking. Save me from the stew you'll make with it. The boy, offended in a way only a camp boy can be, flips the cup and catches it by the handle with a flourish that says he'll sell it to someone with more need for proof. A trader's tent marks the camp's artery. The canvas is taller than a man, patched with sailcloth and court courage, and flies a scrap of blue with a company brand burned into it. Inside, boxes stacked like altars, tea bricks, shot cloth bolts, iron traps shining like mean teeth, kettles, whose bellies promise soup to men who remember soup wrong. Behind the table stands a man so freshly shaved he looks like frost bit him. Harrison Company, Agent Black Coat, brass measure dangling from a thong like a priest's relic. Hawker doesn't tip his hat. He inclines it half respect, half we know each other's math. He unlashes a bundle, sets it down, and unfolds it slow. 26 pelts, clean as a hymn. Harrison waits a finger, rubs the fur the wrong way, and watches it stand healthy before it settles proud. He palms the leather side, looking for stiff or rot. He pinches edge thickness through callus. Prime, he says. Most of them. Hawker says nothing. Silence is a price tag that scares clerks. Harrison weighs out coin and credit, as if they're different metals, which in his tent they are. Credit at my table is worth more than hard money in camp, he says smoothly. What you buy here buys you safety when you ride. Safety isn't for sale where I ride, Hawker says. He taps 2 fingers at the coin pile, hard. Harrison's smile is the kind that looks like it ought to be framed. Of course, he nudges a single coin with his little finger, as if he's testing your interest in small fights. Hawker meets his eyes, then glances down the table to where a Crow woman trades 2 bundles of sweetgrass for needles and a tin of blue beads. Her son counts the beads by 4s, tapping each set, eyes bright. Harrison follows Hawker's glance and adds the missing coin back to the stack without sighing. Company rumor, says Blackfeet, sniffing around the horse lines. Harrison says, voice loud enough for ears to customers away. I suggest you keep your mounts near honest men. Hawker's mouth barely ticks. Honest men don't keep horses in crowds, he says. He tips the smallest part of his hat and moves out of the stream. Outside, camp heat breathes. A circle of men in shirt sleeves hunch around a barrel, dice clicking like beetle shells. A Frenchman tells a joke about a priest, a coyote, and a whiskey keg, and half his laughter is in his hands. A Crow elder sits on a wagon tongue, smoking a pipe and looking like he's older than the idea of wagons. Kids run with the kind of speed that says they've been told not to. On a rope between 2 poles hang 9 wolf skins, tongues out, teeth bared, eyes glassed by time. The sign above them, lettered by someone who won a school prize once, reads, Wolves who gambled. Cormac and Bill find you the way camp friends find camp friends by accident that took effort. Cormac looks cleaner than you've seen him, which is to say, 1 shade less smoky. He grins with half his mouth again. Told you we like round boats, he says. She near spun us into next week, but she carried our sins across. Bill tips his stupidly wide hat, eyes busy. He ain't talkin' about pride, he says softly. He's talkin' about the 2 kegs we skimmed with an honest discount. There's charm in him, like a fox has charm. You're pleased it showed up, and sure something's missing when it leaves. Hawker studies them without blinking. You sleep with your horses. Inside my ribcage, Cormac says. We heard what you heard. Scouts with feathers and reasons, and a raiding party with a list. Hawker tips his chin toward the far edge where horses bunch in a bigger circle. Men don't learn until it costs, he says. Cormac's eyes narrow toward the horse pens. Costs are coming. You follow Hawker down the long walk of the camp's memory. He points as he goes, and each point is a class. There's the man who will tell you he killed 2 grizzlies with a knife count his fingers. There's the clerk who says he lost your notebook watch, which pocket the corner wears through. Cards over there look how the dealer's neck never sweats. That's the only place he's honest. You pass a shelter where a woman with hair like wet rope stitches, soft-soled moccasins with a quill-bedecked awl. She glances up once, measures your boots, and shakes her head almost imperceptibly. Hawker sees it and drifts 2 steps. The woman gestures with her chin at your feet. Then at a pair she's finished, deer hide smoked to the color of tea. Double-soled with thin rawhide sandwiched inside for strength. Toe turned slightly up to ride over sticks instead of snag. Your boots write too loud, she says. By these and your stories last longer. Hawker pays without haggling, which in this camp is a love poem. He hands them to you, and the second you slip them on, The ground gets closer and quieter. The leather hugs your foot like it knows an old secret and wants you in on it. You take 3 steps and don't hear yourself. The woman nods once, satisfied. Soft is sharp, she says. Remember, by midday, rumors move faster than smoke. The Blackfeet are 10 riders, then 20. They're north, then east, then inside camp already. A horse goes missing from a picket. Everyone pretends not to notice until the 3rd goes missing. Then men pretend to be surprised. A trader swears he saw 3 shadows sweep past the willows at dawn. A boy says he was the shadow and he's got a rabbit to prove it. Lies grow like grass after warm rain. Hawker doesn't plant a tent. He makes a modest lean-to in the brush at the western verge. Mouth to a log that will bounce heat and throw your silhouettes low. He forbids a big fire. Our heat is ours, he says, not the valley's. He shows you how to cook a strip of venison on a green stick without steam that plumes. How to bank coals with a damp hide so they smolder like a secret. Hungry men smell everything. To drift near, following their noses and the ghost of your simmering. They're the kind who swagger even when their feet are tired. One palms a crust of biscuit from his pocket, eyes your pot and says, "Trade a story for a spoon." Hawker gives him a look that's almost friendly. "Stories are what we eat," he says. I don't sell dinner. He breaks a small piece and hands it over anyway, then asks a question that puts a string through their pride. You gents know why this camp doesn't snore. They grin, greedy for belonging. Because it ain't got enough to eat. Because it's listening, Hawker says. And both men turn their heads mechanical, guilty. He has made listeners out of them without feeding them anything but their own fear. Evening leans in and the camp flares brighter. A contest breaks out near the center pole. Axe throws at a circle cut from a cottonwood, tomahawks thunking like decisions. A French fiddler stabs his bow, and a pair of Shoshone boys answer with hand drums they tune over embers, tightening the rawhide with heat until the tone snaps like a line in frost. A woman with a voice like low thunder sings a story about a winter that ate a family and a spring that spit the kids back out anyway. Men laugh because if you don't laugh here, the valley will hear you thinking. Harrison makes a circuit with 2 clerks, loud voicing the rules you can only hear at this camp. No guns fired for celebration, so the difference between joy and danger stays audible. No cutting another man's trade unless you're the company. No horse theft inside the circle outside is a different language. He repeats the Blackfeet rumor with each rule like a chorus. The horse lines tighten. On the far edge a small scuffle turns naked fast. A gambler claims a card was double-backed. The dealer claims the gambler's eyes are double mean. Hawker steers you away with a palm on your shoulder. Never be where men suddenly remember math, he says. Behind you a knife speaks once. An argument ends. A woman steps in and tends the end like she's fixing a shirt tear. Night deepens. The stars look like someone salted the black with a sure hand. The river whispers its perimeter. You feel your body remember the forest's grammar and flinch at the camp's slang. Hawker sits with his back to a cottonwood and carves in the firelight, making a new awl-handle from a horn scrap. He offers the shavings to the coals, like prayer. Listen, he says. You hear it, not the fiddles, not the laughter. A hush, not of silence of held breath. Dogs lift their heads as if someone touched their leashes. Horses shuffle, then lean against their pickets, like a crowd leaning against a fence. There's no alarm yet because nothing names itself. but the camp's lungs are full and not exhaling. Then a horse screams. Not fear, the ripped metal cry that says flesh parted where flesh wasn't meant to part. The camp stands before the men in it decide to stand. Harrison's voice rides above the sudden scramble, hobble lines. Count heads. No shots unless a shot. From the willow line. Too fast and too eager. It rips the night and drowns every other sound for a heartbeat. Then chaos arrives like rain. Hawker doesn't run toward the sound. He runs toward the dark between sounds, the place a smart thief slides through. You follow, feet whispering thanks to the moccasins, heart hammering like winter on a roof. You skirt men who run wrong, shouldering rifles like grief. You duck under a picket line where a half-broke sorrel is trying to climb its rope back to the weather it remembers. The willow edge yawns a black mouth full of wet teeth. Shapes move like sentence fragments. Fast, low, purposeful. One darts past, a shadow stitched tight to a smaller shadow, two men moving as one. Another piles into a horse flank and cuts a picket with a single stroke, so clean the rope thinks it's still attached. A third shape breaks off, head turning toward where your breath entered the willow mouth. You freeze. Hawker's hand finds your shoulder and squeezes once. Small, you become furniture. The shape slides by, 2 steps away. You smell smoke, tallow, river, rage human. Not Blackfeet paint, or crowgrass, or Shoshone sage. Camp thieves. Men who let rumors throw the guard dogs off the actual scent. Hawker moves when it costs you to let him. He steps into the thief's shadow and becomes his second shadow, then his first. A hand you barely see presses knife to ribs where a line of breath begins. No noise, Hawker says, calm as grammar. The thief obeys the way hearts obey gravity. Across the line, a horse bolts free, dragging 10 yards of picket, tangling another 3 horses in a web that becomes a run. Men shout, voices stacking wrong on wrong. A gun fires against a high and rings off the cottonwoods like a bell calling a church. You don't want to attend. Hawker marches his captive into a pocket of dark and lets you see the man. He's camp-made, hat nobody would claim, coat without buttons, eyes that look left when the world wants right. He's also young enough to be surprised he got caught. Your mother keeps you? Hawker asks, voice so mild you realize it's his hardest one. The kid blinks. Then you don't die for somebody else's horse. Hawker says. He takes the thief's knife, flips it in his palm, and presses the handle back into the kid's hand. You don't come back. If you do, bring your boss and your Bible. The kid vanishes like a sentence that didn't deserve a period. Hawker looks at you and knows the question waiting on your tongue. Some men you teach, he says. Some men you remove, knowing which is the work. By the time you re-enter camp's light, order is pretending to be back. 3 horses gone. 2 more cut and caught before they could remember how to be wild. Harrison is taking names like the law that rides without a badge. Cormac limps up with his hat gone and his grin rearranged. 4 fellows tried to introduce themselves to my picket, he says. I told them my horse ain't polite. Bill appears behind him with a cut on his cheek that looks like a comma. We kept one, he says, jerking a thumb at a boy tied to a wagon wheel. The boy looks smaller than his crime. Asterisk. Hawker meets Harrison's eye across the circle. Nothing passes between them, and a small book changes hands anyway. Harrison is the kind of man who records trouble as if writing it down makes it spend itself. The camp exhales in ragged pieces. Fiddles return like excuses. Someone finds a laugh under a fallen blanket. The wolfskins on the rope watch with their glass eyes and hold their counsel. You make it back to your brush, lean-to after moonrise. The fire is a patient friend coals, banked to the color of bruises. Heat kind when you ask, and invisible when you don't. Hawker sits, peels a strip of bark from his awl handle, and finally allows fatigue to sit beside him without shaking hands. What did we learn? He asks. Rumor is a fence men lean on, you say. Thieves go through the gate nobody guards. He nods. Camp teaches what the mountains do, only louder. Pride makes prints too deep. Hunger gets named courage, and the only honest thing most men carry is the weight in their pack. He leans his head back against the cottonwood and closes his eyes without sleeping. Tomorrow you'll trade for things you think you need, he murmurs. I'll show you what you actually do. You lie down in the smell of smoke and horse and river, the camp whispering like it knows your name and hasn't decided whether to say it. The stars stare with the old stare that makes men either pray or pretend. You think of the kid Hawker let go the lesson handed back with the knife handle and wonder which kind of man he'll decide to be when the dark finishes talking to him. Your last thought before sleep is a sentence Hawker never says out loud. In the wilderness, every bargain is with consequences. In camp, the consequences have names. Asterisk, quick trailhead ritual before we shop. If these chapters make your commute feel like a saddle, hit like, subscribe, and drop your City Plus time in the comments. It's weirdly comforting to know someone in Omaha is listening at 6:13 a.m. while a night shift EMT in Phoenix is catching this after a long run. All right, troll your shoulders, loosen your jaw. Today we choose the tools that choose us back. Rendezvous in daylight is a market with a pulse. Canvas flaps breathe. Iron winks, leather sighs. The air smells like boiled coffee, wet horse, sour whiskey, tallow, and hopes that cost a little more than you brought. Hawker moves through it like a man visiting old friends he trusts to disappoint him. Gear, he says, is character you can hold. Some of it tells the truth. Some of it lies prettier than a gambler. We start at a long table where traps glint like smiles you shouldn't believe. New iron, slick black from the forge, springs so tight you can feel them in your wrists. A clerk in a cap to clean spins a number 3 beaver trap on one finger like a coin. Fresh from St. Louis, he chirps. Best jaws west of the river. Hawker doesn't touch the shiny ones. He picks the ugliest trap in the pile, one with a surface like burned toast. He flexes the spring, slow, listens. You hear it too, a sand grain whisper instead of a squeal. He checks the pan, nudges the dog into the notch with a sliver of grass, breaks it with a breath, snap. A good tool sounds like it already knows the job, he says. A bad one sounds like it just met you. The clerk smiles harder. Iron's irons. Hawker lifts an eyebrow. Water tells the difference. He turns the trap in his hands, finding the link weld. It's bright, but the heat line is wrong, too quick, too shallow. This one-all part where it's meant to hold, he murmurs, sets it down and builds a small island of 3 better ones. By quiet, he tells you. Leave pretty for men who want to be buried with compliments. We move to kettles, rows of bellies and lips, black ones nested like turtles, copper ones shining like temptation. Hawker taps them with a knuckle. The sound changes from thunk to ring to a kind of dignified hum. He points at a sooty, squat kettle with a dent the size of a fist. That one boiled 50 winters, he says. Dents are stories. Holes are endings. He squints at the bale ears, where the handle meets the pot. Rivets, not solder, he mutters. Soda is a promise that melts when you need soup. He buys the ugly one. The trader looks relieved to be rid of it, which tells you everything about people who've never been truly hungry. Next, cloth. Bolt upon bolt. Calico like a carnival, canvas like weather, wool that remembers sheep better than people. Hawker presses his thumb into a stripe of grey broadcloth and holds it a second. When he lifts his thumb, the weave rebounds slow, not springy. Tight, he says. Holds wind. Wicks slow. Stays warm when it lies to you about being dry. He buys 1 yard and nothing more, ties it in a roll. We patch, we don't parade. At the end of the table, he pulls 2 squares of old blanket from the bargain pilages, moth-bit, centers still strong. Mittens, he says. If you can't sew your heat into your clothes, you're just renting it. We find needles, the real treasure. A tin rattle of assorted sizes. A palmful of sailmakers. Triangles that would happily turn your thumb into a lesson. A couple of Glover's needles that slip through hide like gossip. You can live with a torn shirt, Hawker says, tipping the tin into his possible bag. But you die with a torn pack. Beside the needles, waxed linen thread, tight twist, and a cake of beeswax, the color of old paper. He pinches 1 length of thread, draws it across the wax, polishes it between thumb and forefinger until it hums. Wax keeps the world out of the wound, he says, and out here every stitch is surgery. A man nearby hawks cups engraved with vines and ladies. Hawker lifts one, weighs it, sets it down. He picks a plain tin cup with a rolled rim that won't split your lip in frost, and a handle high enough you can loop a stick through it over a fire without burning your knuckles. Elegance, he says, is the part that doesn't fail. Powder and lead demand a different reverence. The powder kegs are small casks bound in iron, corked and waxed. Harrison himself watches these. Hawker loosens a cork and pinches a taste between finger and thumb, rubs it. It cakes, then scars his skin with a black comet's tail. He nods. Dry, he says. He brings the pinch to his nose, inhales once, and his face doesn't change. That's his yes. He buys 1 keg for hard coin and trades for a second with knowledge. He tells Harrison which tent along the north line sold. A man cut flour disguised as powder last year. Harrison pretends this is new news and discounts nothing. Lead sits dull and heavy by the fist. Hawker takes bars instead of balls. Don't buy another man's assumption, he says. Cast your own. We swing by a tin of round ball molds and Hawker checks the hinge no wobble, no daylight. He snaps it shut and holds it to the light, nods. He chooses a slightly undersized mold. He prefers a thicker patch. Steel lands are just laws, he says. Patches are lawyers. Back at the stall that sells flint and steel, the trader displays rocks like jewels. Sparkstones nest on felt. Hawker ignores glassy black that looks like midnight you could shave with and picks dull nodules pocked like bread. He smacks one against his striker and the bench blooms with fat orange stars. Sparks aren't a rumor, he says. Their work. He buys 3 flints and a little tin of char. The char cloth is the good kind, linen turned to velvet by fire and denial. He opens the tin. It smells like a house that survived the ghost of smoke and old cotton. He tucks it into your pouch. To tins, he adds. 1 to use, one to marry. Tinder fungus sits ignored in a basket like a mistake from a burnt tree. Hawker picks a chunk, peels it with his knife until it reveals a swayed face, then coaxes a spark onto it and blows until it smolders like a stubborn thought. He grins. "Fire that forgives you," he says, and buys it for pennies, because most men don't recognize medicine unless somebody puts it in a bottle. Rope. Now Manila, rawhide, horsehair. He tests each with a savage tug, then an ear listening to the twist. The Manila creaks like a door. The rawhide sings. The horsehair scratches his palm. He chooses a hank of rawhide lace and a coil of tarred hemp line. Rawhide shrinks when wet, he says. Use it to make loose things, tight and tight things true. Tarred line laughs at weather. He adds a hank of gut transparent, tough, the way fish regretters are made. Snares, sutures, sins, Cormac says behind us, arriving like a jest the wind forgot to carry. Hawker does not disagree. Footwear again. The moccasins you bought yesterday already. Feel like your feet remembered them from before you were born. Hawker adds a fistful of spare soles rawhide. Ovals to stitch in when the trail eats your first layer and a small pouch of pitch glue. He shows you how to melt pitch with a whisper of fat to temper it, how to add a pinch of charcoal to make it less brittle, how to brush it onto seams and let it cool until tacky before you press and stitch. Glue is the lie that becomes true, he says. For a while, long enough to get home. He trades for a parfleche from a Lakota woman rawhide, folded like a letter, painted in red and green and yellow with triangles that point every direction at once. It's light, hard, waterproof with brains and smoke and care. Food travels better when it can't smell you, he says, tucking the parfleche under his arm like the day finally had a purpose. We step to a man selling awls whose handles are carved from antler each, with a story nicked into it. Hawker picks one, short and fat, with a blade that's triangular, not round. He tests it on a scrap of buckskin, twisting with the surgeon's patience until the hole appears without tearing. Round holes for round things, he says. Triangles for thread. The hole remembers what you push through it. He buys the awl and 2 spare blades, wraps them in cloth, and hands it to you like a baptism. You're a maker now, he says simply. Everything you carry betrays whether you are. At a quiet table near the edge of market gravity sits a square-faced Shoshone elder with 4 bows laid out on a blanket. No sign, no pitch. Just wood that knows winter. Hawker kneels so his eyes are level with the boughs. He lifts one back pail, the belly a darker hunger. He fingers the sinew backing, tight and evenly laid. He pulls it to half-draw and listens for a whine that doesn't come. If we must go quiet, he says to himself. He trades a pelt and a story about a pass that stays snowless when it shouldn't. The elder nods once, satisfied with both currency and respect. Arrows tomorrow, Hawker says. We sleep on Men rush what only patience can sharpen. You expect a spree. Hawker does not spree. He chooses 6 things more and calls it enough. A tiny box of mirror and flint striker. Combined signal or spark either saves breath. A thin file to dress trap dogs and knife spines, a dull tool is just a plan to bleed. 2 fish hooks, hammered from old nails by someone who respected nails. A small brass compass he distrusts, but carries for fog. A pair of spare thong needles because the woods will try to eat the first pair. And a paper of bluish eye water because, he says, Smoke will blind a man kinder than hate. Then he stops. You bring what you're willing to bury, he says. Everything else stays with the music and the lies. Back at our brush, lean-to at the camp's far edge, Hawker kneels and opens his possibles bag like a priest opening a reliquary. He lays everything out on a hide, not to admire but to assign. Gear has jobs, he says. If a thing has only one job, it should be very good at it or very light. Better if it has two jobs and doesn't complain. He points to the kettle, boils and carries. The cup boils in a pinch. Digs if it must. Signal mirror if you polish it with wet ash. He lifts the awl, stitches leather, makes holes for a snare deadman, pulls splinters from a fool. He teaches you to reorganize your pockets by purpose, not by item. Fire kit lives in 3 places: 2 you can reach blind, 1 you can toss to a friend. Redundancy, he says, and because that word is too long for these mountains, he translates, we are 2 men. Our fire kit is 4. He wraps a second flint, a striker, and a tiny roll of charcloth in oiled silk and makes you sew it behind the inner flap of your coat, a place you won't think about until you need to. He tucks a sliver of pitch and a wad of cedar bark in your hatband. Men keep luck in hats, he says. I keep decisions. He relashes your knife sheath so it rides lower, below your belt line where it can't poke a rib if you fall. He adds a thin leather thong from the sheath to your belt, enough to keep it if it snags, not enough to strangle you if a horse says no. He shortens your bedroll straps so they don't slap talk while you walk. He trims the frayed tail of your blanket, braids it into a thong, and ties it to your cup handle. Nothing leaves, he says, unless you tell it to. Then he does the cruelest thing a mentor can do. He makes you leave things. Your second shirt gone, traded for needles. Your spare eating knife redundant. The one you have can split into a spoon if coaxed by the oar and a fire-hardened stick. That shiny tin of tooth powder you swore you'd use. He lets you keep a pinch and tells you wood ash works and tastes like the truth. Weight bleeds off your kit until lifting it feels like a promise instead of a dare. Test, he says, and the next hour is a You light a fire 3 ways: charcloth and flint, fungus and spark. Bow drill when he insists and your shoulders complain. You pack your kettle with water, hang it from a green stick, and whistle air through the coals to make it boil without smoke that tells the whole valley your menu. You sew a patch blindfolded on scrap buckskin, because darkness is a weather, not a mystery. You cast 3 balls with the mold, cut 3 patches from old broadcloth, and load and fire into a bank, then wipe and load again. He times you with nothing but the sun. Slow is fine, he says. Neat is non-negotiable. Cormac and Bill drift by mid-afternoon, hats tilted, eyes calculating. They watch without heckling respect. Here comes in silence. When you finish your bow drill ember on the second try, panting, forearms on fire, Cormac nods like a man at a graveside. Look at that, he says. He made man out of sticks. Bill grins. Sticks were happier before, he says. But his grin hides a compliment. Hawker quizzes you, bedside manner of a drill sergeant. If your kettle cracks, pitch and ash fix, then keep it on the edge of the heat till we can trade. If your moccasin's sole peels in sleet, pitch tempered with tallow, stitch through with a thong, dry by smoke not flame. If your powder gets wet, you hesitate and his face goes cold as iron before dawn. Keep it dry, you say quick. He waits. If it's damp, spread thin on a warmed rock in the lee, not over flame. If it's soaked through, save the granules, dry, and use for priming, load lighter, or trade to a man you don't like. He grunts. Good. Also don't let it get wet. Lesson inside the lesson, late afternoon leans gold. Camp noise swells before it dims the tide sound of people who think they've earned an easy evening. Hawker sits and starts a quiet task that looks like an indulgence until you realize it isn't. He oils leather. He warms a dab of rendered bear fat between his fingers until it's almost not there. Then works it into your straps, your sheath, the soles of your moccasins. Even the stitching where thread is a fuse you don't want to burn out. Leather is a truce, he says. You keep it alive. It keeps you alive. He checks your flint and knocks a fresh sharp against the edge, saving the old edge for an emergency you hope never to know. He chases a wire edge off your knife with the file until the blade shaves hair without tugging. He ties for perfect bowler knots in your hemp line and makes you untie them and tie them again in the dark. He shows you how to coil rope so it pays out like a friend quiet, without kinks or opinion. By full dusk, your kit looks smaller and larger at the same time. Smaller because weight left. Larger because every piece has a story of use and repair glued to it like a shadow. You feel taller by a half-inch, which is approximately the height of confidence when it's earned, not borrowed. Now, Hawker says, and his voice has the tone it gets when a chapter turns itself. You don't walk into the next country with full hands. He picks up the parfleche. We pack food that respects the road. You lay out pemmican cakes, smoked strips, a pouch of cornmeal Hawker trades from a Kootenai family precious as coin. He mixes a little pemmican into boiled river water with a handful of meal, stirs it with a green stick, and in 5 minutes you're sipping something the color of perseverance. This is we'll talk while we walk soup, he says. Hot in 4 minutes, stronger in 8. Night arrives proper, bringing stars that act like they remember you. The camp stills in increments. A drum somewhere ticks slower and stops. A fiddle puts itself away. The horse lines breathe together. Harrison's lantern ghosts by twice and then not again. You pull your blanket higher, feel the leather under your cheek. The cedar smoke ribboning your hair. The weight of your possibles bag against your ribs like a second heart. Gear that loves you back, you murmur. Not sure you meant to say it out loud. Hawker hears everything. 2 rules, he says in the dark. If you drop it, you'll need it. If you can't fix it, it owns you. Make your kit so humble it never gives you orders. Wind drinks the last little flame. The coals are black cherries blinking. You almost sleep when the night coughs a sound from the north. Not horses, not men. Thunder but thinner, stringy. Then you smell it. Rain on dust a long way off. Climbing forest, quickening river. Hawker's eyes open in the dark without a sound. Time, he says softly. That's a storm with a job. You lie awake a beat longer than comfort and picture the trail turned to grease. The rivers thinking about new banks, and the passers a day farther because the sky said so. Your pack is ready. Your feet are quiet. Your fire is married 3 times. For once, anxiety steps back so preparedness can stand where it belongs. Asterisk. Camp sleeps like a house with one eye open. Far off, the storm keeps dragging its iron rake across the mountains. You feel it in the way the horses blow and stamp some old part of them, remembering floodwater higher than their backs. Hawker sits up on his blanket without the rustle a normal man should make. Palms the dirt, then your shoulder. Pull stakes, he whispers. We go on water time now. Quick trail ritual before we wade in. Tap like, subscribe if this ride keeps you hooked. And drop your city plus local time in the comments. It's always a jolt hearing someone in Boston catch this over coffee while a ranch hand outside Casper listens under stars. Okay, shift your blanket, check your laces. Today we learn how to read a river's handwriting. We move before the camp remembers last night's trouble. No goodbyes, no promises, Hawker's law. Cormac and Bill fold into our shadow at the willow edge, horse lines in hand. Faces pinched from sleep and those little crimes whiskey commits. We got a string of 3, Cormac says, patting the nearest mare like he owes her rent. Yours if we ride together, gone if we don't. Hawker nods, wants the kind of contract. You sign with your chin. The sky lightens to pewter, and the first drizzle turns the dust to gum. Every step adds a pound to your souls. Hawker leads west by north, angling across flats that yesterday were dry enough to forget the word bog. Now the ground talks back in sucks and burps. Watch the willow, he says. It grows where the river used to worry. That worry isn't done. By mid-morning, the storm finds us proper ropes of rain slapping the land, wind that drinks heat straight through buckskin, the kind of grey that steals depth from the world. We hit the first feeder creek, and it's a different animal than the one that posed pretty 2 days ago. The clear water is now the colour of tea boiled too long, knuckled with standing waves that say, gently, not here, friend. Hawker raises a hand, and the little caravan stacks behind him. Class, he says, without turning. You don't ford where the water looks like it's angry about being asked. He walks the bank slow, reading the stream like print. Find the lazy S, he murmurs, where the current bends and forgets the fight. He squats by the edge where the water turns from tan to greenish deeper, slower. See that color change? That's a shelf. Deep enough for the horses to swim if they need, shallow enough in the middle for feet to remember ground. Cormac points upstream to a spot where the creek narrows between 2 boulders and froths like beer. Faster there, he says. Shorter, too. Shorter into trouble, Hawker answers. Speed is power. Depth is consequence. Don't bargain for both. He uncoils the tarred line from your pack and hands you one end. Kick a line, he says. He ties a bowline around a cottonwood stump with the kind of sensual competence that makes rope feel appreciated. Then runs the free end through his hands. Upstream man with the rope, downstream man with the pride. We cross in order we can afford to lose, which is, Bill asks, flashing teeth at humor to warm them. Men first, Hawker says. Horses after. Goods last if they're foolish, first if they're wise and float. He looks you in the eye. If someone goes, nobody goes after without a plan. A drowning man is twice the trouble and half the judgment. He strips down while the rain needles his skin, shirt off, coat wrapped tight around powder and possibles, everything oiled and tied high. He shows you how to wrap your coat like a parcel and lash it cross-body so if the river takes you, it doesn't take the only things that make fire and medicine. He tucks the parfleche high on the mares, withers and lashes the kettle upside down beneath it a little roof for food. The kettle's handle threaded with thong through the saddle strings. Think like water, he says. It wants edges. It hates high ground. You step in first because Hawker says you should, and because refusing isn't a language that gets spoken near him. The water is treelum cold, needles your shins, then your thighs, then your everything. You face upstream and quarter across, leaning into the push, moving your feet like you learned with Snow White, deliberate, toes feeling for story. The tarred line hisses in Hawker's hands as he pays it out, then halts, then pays, keeping a belly in it, just enough you can lean without it yanking you out of your plan. Mid-channel, the bottom goes soft, and your right foot loses the plot. You drop a half step, feel the line take you like a good partner. Small steps, Hawker calls over the hiss. Do not jump. Jumping is arguing with Newton while you're busy drowning. You find ground, you find breath, you find the far bank because stubbornness makes geography into suggestion. On the stones you turn and hold the line like it's the only honest thing you own, and maybe it is. Hawker comes next, rope still in his hands, crossing smoother than you did, knees bent, placing each foot where the river least expects. Cormac crosses behind him with that looseness good horsemen have even when they're not riding. Bill waits to the last, swears gently in French and words his mother wouldn't claim, then grins when he touches your bank as if humor kept him from floating away. Horses last. Hawker unclips the pack ropes so they're loose. No anchoring one to another, like a daisy chain of panic hand leads the mare to the nick of current he chose. He does not mount. He walks with her, hand on the lead, not pulling, not letting. Midstream she swims, head high, eyes saying a prayer horses were born knowing. Hawker angles her nose a hair upstream so the current doesn't gift-trap her around his legs. The Parflesh rides like a ship. Steam curls from her nose. She finds bottom and scrambles, then hauls water like a new continent onto the stones. One by one they come, and if the last horse's hindfoot slips and that old terror leaps into your mouth, nobody says it except the river, and it says everything already. On the far bank, shivering makes its law. Strip, Hawker orders, and you do modesty like a city tax nobody collects out here. He wrings your shirt like killing a snake, says, work while your hands still listen, and sets you to building small fire under big weather. He hands you the tinder fungus, your charred tin, and a pie knot he kept under his shirt like a secret. Knots full of pitch. Pitch burns like a grudge. You spark fast, capture the ember, nurse it into a curl of flame. Build a little teepee of rabbit sticks you split open with your knife so the dry inside can meet the idea of combustion. Hawker throws his oiled blanket over the whole arrangement, tenting it low, smoke sneaking out like gossip. Warmth in the house before warmth in the neighborhood, he says. The flame licks your fingers and you don't mind because it's the first kind touch you've felt in 20 minutes. He makes you do the second most important, wet trick after fire. He makes you eat. A fist of pemmican goes into the kettle with river water and a scoop of meal, and you cradle the cup of nousteau, while your clothes steam on forked sticks and your skin tries to memorize heat. Men die 5 ways here, Hawker says, watching the stream as if it owes him money. Cold, water, gravity, other men, a bad decision you defend too long. Rivers offer you the first 3 in one handshake. The storm keeps packing muscle. The creek, bruised and haughty, feeds into a river that decides it's auditioning for a promotion. By late day, the green isn't green. It's the color of debt and choices. You ride ridge above it, and Hawker gives you the river lesson. Nobody writes down because it takes a landscape and a winter to teach. Look, there inside bend, he points with his chin to where the river curves and plucks at its own seam. Slow water drops its pockets. Gravel bar. That's camp if you can't count lightning, but it's also where your feet forget to argue with depth. Outside bends steeper bank. Faster water, trees gnawed white at the ankles from last year's tantrum. That's where rafts die of a sudden preference for wood. Cormac shades his eyes. What about that slick? Looks like the river ironed its shirt there. Boil, Hawker says. Water went down, hit rock, came up, forgot which direction was respectable. It'll flip a bullboat, lazy as a cat. He points to a tongue of smooth water aiming into a V of little standing waves. That's a It looks kind. It is not. Bill taps his temple. Cross where the river is busy being tired, not where it's proud of being loud. Hawker almost smiles. He listens. He points to subtle signals that would be invisible to a man without time. Swirls where Alder leaves circle. A line of bubbles that marks the main flow. A drift log turned long ways that says wind not current pushed it there. He shows you how to see the color change that means deep. The trembling that means rocks sparring under the surface. The sheer line where fast water slaps slow and makes a seam. You can ride like a lazy escalator. Then he teaches the work you came here to learn. Rope ferry. On a rocky spit above a channel he pounds a deadman anchor. Just a drift log buried sideways and backfilled with stones until it weighs more than excuses. He ties the tarred line to it, runs the line across in a loop with the help of a willow the river graciously bent to his will, then shows how to tension it with a Spanish windlass stick through the strands. Twist. Capture the twist with another thong so the rope hums like a hive. Not too tight, he says. Rope that sings itself into a scream snaps like pride. Leave it low, leave it honest. He rigs a trolley from a forked branch and a chunk of greased antler. Western science right there, and ties the parfleche to it. Goods go first. They don't panic. He eases the bundle out on the ferry line, angling it so the current kisses it into a glide. You can't help it to grin like a fool when your food sails the river and arrives without complaint. Men clap for bread the way they don't clap for sermons. Next, a horse no, not a horse. Hawker cuts that idea off before it's born. Rope and horse is a marriage with too many vows, he says. We swim them where they agreed to the language. He sends your pack across next because he trusts your face and not your balance. Then he shows you the hardest trick, crossing yourself without making a show of it. He ties the line to your chest high, not waist, so if you slip, the river can drag you belly up, not face down. If the water takes you, he says, roll onto your back, feet down river, head up. Look where you're going, not where you deserve. Ferry angle with your arms. Kick to stave off anything that sticks out of water. The river can keep your pride. Don't let it keep your skull. You nod like you've known this all your life, and then promptly step into a hole that eats you to the armpits. The line tightens, gentle, insistent, and you remember to roll, to point your toes downstream, to spread your arms like you hug the cold. You glide, cough, curse, grin, and then stones are under your heels. It's ridiculous how much happier dirt feels than it did this morning, when we're all across by rope and swim and sheer contrariness. Harker walks us 50 yards to a cottonwood that leans like a bishop over the bank. He knocks his fist against the trunk. The sound returns with a hollow you can feel more than hear. He slits the bark high on the north side, pries it, and reveals a cavity lined with old moss and the occasional mouse sign. Inside, wrapped in oiled hide, cradled like it matters more than men, a cache. He lays it out like ritual 3 pounds of lead, a small keg of powder, a tin of salt gone to lumps you can resurrect with heat. 2 needles stuck in a scrap of moose hide. a book half-eaten by silverfish that still holds the names of 4 passes in a hand you don't know, and a little cloth packet of blue beads. Hawker smiles without teeth. I put this here 4 summers ago. Wasn't sure I'd meet it again. The river tried to change the conversation. He takes what we need, leaves what might save a man headed the other way, wraps it back, nails the bark seam like a tailor, then smears mud across the scar. Caches are letters to your future self and any stranger you don't hate, he says. Write carefully. The storm breaks later than your patience. The sky tears thin and the west burns a color painters can't find names for. We camp on a high bench where old floods left pebbles rounded like the truth after time worked it. Fire is easy for once. Hawker lets it be a little bigger than he usually likes. We earned a story, he says, and Cormac obliges with one about a man who tried to ford in a place the river lent him just long enough to regret it. The punchline is a reminder, not a laugh. The river doesn't know your name. It knows your shape. You check your feet white wrinkles drying back to pink. Heels you'd kiss if you were flexible. Moccasins you oil like pennants. You pull your coat close. Pocket your chart in its place behind the inner flap. Tap the flint in your hatband. Pat the parfleche like it's a sleeping child. The gear loves you back because you made it a relationship instead of a purchase. Hawker sits with his back to the log and opens the small brass compass he doesn't trust. He holds it level a moment, then closes it with a click he hears but doesn't obey. He looks up instead, Polaris shouldered by a dipper. North is still there, he says, which is a kindness. Bill ties a slipknot one-handed, the show-off, and laughs soft in that French way that's half regret. Tomorrow the river will be lower, or it will be in a different place, Hawker says. Either way, we ask the same question and listen to the same answer. You stretch out, a tiredness in you that feels earned, not inflicted. The night smells like rain turning to memory and willow working on a plan. Somewhere downstream, a beaver slaps water to tell somebody a truth. Your eyes stick half open because the stars are being generous, and sleep arrives when the fire says it will, just before you go. Hawker plants a last lesson where it'll grow overnight. Remember, he says, not looking at you. Travelers die when they force their map onto the land. The living ones let the land edit the map. Rivers move their own roads. You either walk them or you drown, arguing. Asterisk, quick camp ritual before we read the clouds. If these chapters keep your pulse in step with the trail, hit like, subscribe, and drop your city plus local time in the comments. It's a strange comfort hearing a lineman in Tulsa, catching this at 4:52 a.m. while a nurse on break in Sacramento hears it near midnight. Pull your blanket up, loosen your jaw. Today we learn the oldest literacy, how to read the sky when it's trying to trick you. The storm that beat us thin last night limps east at dawn, trailing wet light. The world smells reset mineral and moss and a faint iron note from the river chewing rocks to flour. Hawker is already standing, scraping damp from his hat brim with the edge of his knife. He closes one eye like he's sighting a rifle and studies a sky that pretends innocence. Morning after a blow's a liar, he says, like a gambler who swears he's done. You don't believe either. Cormac and Bill unroll from their blankets like men detangling themselves from old promises. Bill yawns in French. Cormac taps his temple with 2 fingers and points south where a low smear darkens the horizon. Anvil, he says. She's building. Hawker nods, pleased. Good, ears up. He kneels by the fire you banked so modestly last night, and fans it with a cedar bough until coals blink like fox eyes. Coffee goes on just river, grit, and salvation. While it thinks about boiling, Hawker holds a wet finger to the air. He's not testing wind like sailors do. He's testing truth. Wind stayed west through the blow, he says, but now she's backing south. South wind here is a long spoon, reaches over the mountains and stirs what fell there. Means melt, means rise, means sky that promises blue and shows you teeth. Bill squints up. Sky shows teeth. You'll know, Hawker says, and leads us to school. He starts with clouds names men have used since long before paper tried to keep up. He points to the leftover ragged bellies dragging the ridges. Straight as blankets when they're honest, wet canvas when they're not. They sag when they hold rain, lift when they're out of mercy. When you can taste them, you pitch low and make the fire small. He gestures higher, where shreds of white are combed thin to threads. Cirrus the mare's tails. Wind signs, ridden so high they're yesterday's argument, means change. Usually means the weather set its jaw somewhere you can't see. Cormac tips his hat brim with a knuckle. And that anvil, cumulonimbus, Hawker says, as if he's saying, keep your powder dry. A mountain pretending to be a cloud. Flat top where it hit a ceiling it didn't respect. You see that far off in summer on the plains. You count your lightning, untie your horses, and you don't be the tallest thing anywhere. You glance at the meadow to your left where a single, lonely cottonwood rises like ambition. Hawker sees your glance and nods. Men die of pride and height, he says. Tie both down. Coffee gurgles. He pours it black enough to scare the dark back into the night, hands you a cup, and talks pressure without a glass. Barometers are for parlors. You read bones. He raps his knuckles against his own chest, then the kettle lid. When the kettle lid trembles before the boil, when your ears thrum like bees as you climb without climbing, when horses get shoulder nervous and chew with no grass in their mouths, pressure's falling. Falling fast means wind that doesn't ask. Rising sharp means wind that changes its mind. Wind that wanders is worse than wind that decides. He shows you a barometer anyway but wilderness issue. He pulls a pig bladder from his possibles, cleaned and tied off, stretched over a hoop the size of your palm. He sets a willow twig across its face like a resting divining rod. Trapper toy, he says. Air presses, bladder bows, twig tells. Not perfect. Better than hope. You watch as the twig lifts a hair you wouldn't notice if he didn't. He does notice. Falling, he says. We move by noon. While the coffee sinks into your bones, Hawker conducts a weather census that has nothing to do with staring at the sky. He crouches and pokes an ant mound. The ants boil up in an angry brown river, ferrying white eggs toward deeper galleries. They feel wet coming, he says. Ants don't like baptisms. He flicks a glance to the pines. The cones on a few lie open as a laugh. Others have tightened, scales hugged shut, sticky. Sap speaking, he murmurs. Timidity's up. Fire will be shy, planned for smoke that doesn't rise. Cormac lifts his nose like a hound. Smell that. You do a damp, green note braided with something sweet. Cottonwoods and something else. Hawker grins. Chokecherry waking. Means the valley wants to be summer. Mountains didn't sign that paper yet. Clash is coming. He has you listen with your skin next. He turns his face to the barely there breeze. Eyes closed, and you copy him, feeling foolish until the air actually speaks. Cool on your left cheek, warmer on your right. The temperature line runs edge-sharp down the middle of your face, like a border between neighbors who sue each other. Fronthawker says, walk the warm side and you'll sweat into a chill. Walk the cold side and you'll curse me for being right. We skirt it. After breakfast, he trains your eyes for far weather signs, a day out, not an hour. Over the western ridge, a banner of snow snakes off a corniced lip, even though the air around you is friendly. Spindrift, he says, wind writing on the high places, means it's bad up where decisions roll downhill. We won't be there today, but their argument will send messengers down slope by noon gusts that hit you like a horse shoulder, then let go so fast you fall into the hole they leave. Keep knees soft, load tied tight, pride looser. You break camp different because of sky. No lazy loops of rope dragging. Every tail gets coiled tight. No pans clanking. Sound stacks in storms and cause things that like noise. Hawker cinches your pack one hole tighter, storms tempt shoulders to slouch. Slouching steals breath. He rolls your blanket with the oiled side out, then runs a thong lengthwise as well as crosswise so rain can't gather in folds. Water's ambition is to be somewhere else, he says. Help it. By mid-morning the light goes to pewter again, but the wind dies like a light too crowd. The hush is loud, the kind of quiet coyotes respect. Bill glances up, uneasy. Feels like church before the mistake, he says. Dead calm in summer on the plains means a sky building a fist, Hawker says. Dead calm in mountains in spring means a ridge gathering its skirts. The first is lightning and stampede. The second is snow where it has no right to be. He points to a rim above us. That apron is loaded. You see it now, a slope smooth as ironed linen. No rock showing because the last storms bundled leeward snow there and patted it down. At the top rides a cornice with a lip like a sneer. Stave off the runout, he says. Stay out from under the cornice. We will not teach you how to breathe under snow today. What tells you it wants to go? You ask, chilled by something that isn't wind. Drum underfoot, he says. Hear it. He stamps once, soft. The snow up high, a quarter-mile away, sends back a hollow hump like a heart that doesn't like your plans. A crack races across the cornice lip like a grin wiped off a face. We are not under it because he made sure of that before he gave you the lesson. You take the lower bench instead, and the sky plays another trick. The sun appears, bright and guilty, luring you into jackets, off, hats back. Hawker doesn't stop you from shedding a layer. He stops you from tying it on your pack. On your body or under the parfleche, he says. Sky takes what swings. You slide the coat under the lashings and feel the heel bite of his point. 5 minutes later, the sun clicks off, and a pellet-hail squall rips across the bench, so sudden it erases horizons. You crouch, hat brim forward, and those little ice teeth rattle off leather and laugh off your cup. It passes, as if embarrassed. Then the sun returns. Two-faced Cormac mutters. Hawker nods. That's spring, he says. Trust nothing that changes too quick to apologize. At noon the south wind proves it was honest about stirring. The river below shoulders another inch up the bank in a single hour. Foam lines lengthen into seams. Logs bump like tipsy sailors. We keep high, skirting cottonwood bottoms, because Hawker teaches flood the way he teaches fire, like a creature you visit, not a pet you keep. Never camp in places water remembers, he says. Drift lines hung in branches 5 hands up. That's last year's bed. Don't make your bed there this year. Weather class shifts to lightning, because the anvil to the south finally hoists itself into story. A grey-green curtain unfurls beneath its belly, and the air goes weird. Your hair lifts. A taste like pennies shows up on your tongue. Bill's arm hair frosts upward like grass in a wind that's too polite to exist. Hawker's voice drops into the place where men do not panic. Down, spread. No trees, no ridges, no creek beds. He points to the lonely cottonwood you saw earlier. Not there. Lightning likes ambition. We move into a low swale with sparse grass and rocks no taller than your boot. Hawker makes you drop your pack and rifle 10 paces away. If something must be the tallest, let it be what doesn't bleed, he says. We crouch on the balls of our feet, heels lifted, arms hugging knees the lightning. Squat that makes you a smaller argument and insulates your meat from the ground's decisions. The horses stand separate, not tied, heads low. Thunder rolls like boulders in a barrel. The first strike detonates a quarter-mile away with that white blue that erases every color you thought the world owned. You feel it in your teeth before you hear it. The second hits the ridge, splits a snag you didn't see until it fell for seeing. Ozone stings. You ride out 15 minutes that last longer than hunger. And then the storm moves on to lecture somebody else. Hawker waits longer than feels necessary. The last strike is the one men walk into, he says. When the air tastes like air again, we move, quiet, reorganized, chastened. Your rifle goes back to your hand. Your pack returns to your spine like a thought. You're glad to carry Dot. Afternoon brings heat like apology. Hawker uses it to teach mirage and sound. On a long stretch of open flat, you're sure a lake glitters ahead. It wavers, inviting. He doesn't even look up. Desert trick laid over spring, he says. Hot ground bends, light gives you water where there isn't any and makes distance look like a mercy. He points instead to the air above the horizon where a faint plume ghosts up. Dust devil, wind learning to stand, means gusts in 20 minutes. He's wrong only in that it's 10. On the same flat, sound warps. Behind you, the river sounds closer than it is, and ahead, a woodpecker taps like he's in your pocket. Hawker naps without sleeping, hat tipped down, and tells you to prove what your ears swear by pacing. You do. The bird is a quarter-mile, right, not front. The river is 2 bends, not 1. Where the bends sound, he says. Cold layers, warm layers. Echo chooses the wrong road. Doubt your ears kindly. By late day the sky simplifies, high blue with scrap clouds that look harmless, wind steady out of the southwest. Chinook's cousin, Hawker says. Warm train that rides the mountain's lee, melts a snowpack like a lie melts an alibi. Rivers rise in the dark when men think trouble's clocked out. We make camp high ridge line with timber at our back, a little saddle where wind can't sit and steal. Fire small, smoke lean. Hawker hangs a twist of horsehair from a willow switch and sets it in the open where the wind can whisper to it all night. Poor man's windsock, he says. Wake to see what changed while you slept. Supper is a lesson too, storm broth. He shaves a matchbox chip from the pitch cake, drops it into the bottom of the kettle, and swirls it until the inside gleams a film so thin you doubt it. Keep soot from loving you too tight, he says, and sets the kettle in a cradle of 3 green sticks. In goes water, a smear of pemmican, a pinch of dried onion he stashed in a paper twist last summer. He never looks like a magician, but he always pulls warmth from empty places. While it simmers, he drills the last truths into you, the way weather drills into men until they either learn or leave. Signs that lie, he says, ticking them on fingers. Clear morning after a wind can be, the pause before a worse one. Warmth at dusk in spring often, the front edge of hail. Rainbow at sundown on the plains pretty, yes, but it means the sun found rain east. Which means somebody's misery and maybe your turn next. Halo around the moon nice in the high house. Men who sleep under leaky roofs know what comes after. What's the fix for all that? Cormac asks. Beyond moving like we've been moving all our lives. Hawker smiles barely. Fix isn't a thing. It's a posture. Keep your house ready to walk. Don't pitch where water thinks it has a deed. Tie nothing you can't untie blind in rain. Teach your fire to be born small and often. Wear your coat like a habit, not a costume. And when sky changes its story, you change yours faster. Night falls honest. The horsehair windsock hums a little tune and points south. The river, a long voice below us, tells a slower story than it told at noon. You sit with your back to a log and let the lessons land where they decide to. The stars climb out of the day like careful men, and you mark the Big Dipper's slow swing toward the pine tops, finding north like a prayer you don't need to say out loud anymore before sleep. Hawker sets one more trap knot for animals, for your imagination. He hands you a scrap of charcoal from the fire's edge and your parfleche lid. It's inside pale rawhide. Draw tomorrow, he says. Not the trail, the weather, how it looked, how it lied, what it meant. Men forget skies. Paper remembers them. Next storm, you'll know its cousins. You sketch badly the anvil with its curtain, the mare's tails, the deceitful midday sun. You draw the horsehair, a tiny melody frozen. You scratch a line where the river climbed, and another where it fell. The drawing is crude as a first pelt. It's also yours. Hawker watches without watching. That's it, he says. Not just keeping alive, keeping the knowledge alive. That's the frontier's last job. Wind steps softly through the saddle. Somewhere a nighthawk dives and booms like a small storm made of feathers. Your blanket smells of smoke and tannin, your hands of pitch and river. Sleep comes like weather that means it. Tomorrow the sky will invent a new language and you'll be less surprised. Asterisk. Quick trail ritual before we stoop. If these chapters pull you into the brush with us, hit like, subscribe, and drop your City Plus time in the comments. I love knowing a welder in Duluth is catching this at 5:31 a.m., while a rideshare driver in Tampa plays it between airport runs at midnight. Okay, bend your knees, soften your eyes. Today we learn to hear with our feet and see with our fingertips. Dawn comes grey-blue and honest. The horsehair windsock points south like a polite accusation. Duet shines every blade. Hawker's already up, kneeling at the edge of camp where last night's fire left a dish of soot in the dirt. He drags 2 fingers through it and sniffs reading our own spore before we add new. We've been here, he murmurs, but we won't tell on ourselves more than we must. Breakfast is thin and efficient flap of bannock fried in the kettle's lid. A melt of pemmican to give it backbone, and coffee that could strip paint off an old keelboat. Eat quiet, Hawker says, meaning no clatter, no scrap tossed. Nothing to invite scavengers that will write our presence all over the ground with their busy feet. He smothers the fire into a pocket of warm ash, then shows you the first tracking sin, walking away without looking back. Always read your own writing, he says. We circle once, mark where our bedrolls mashed grass, where a boot edge shaved, a fern where a horse spent the night shifting decisions. We study the exit path, how a heel scuffed a crescent, how do darkens under pressure. We learn what we look like so we don't mistake ourselves for someone worth chasing later. Today you follow, Hawker says, rolling his shoulders, and the land tries to keep its secrets. He sets the problem 200 steps from camp. A bare patch of silt under an aspen, a half-print, splayed and heart-shaped at the toe. Dear, you say, too eager. Hawker's mouth twitches. Species is the easy music, he answers. Sing the verse. Who, how many, how old, how fast, when, we kneel. The prince sharp at the front, slurred at the heel weight forward. The splay is wide soft ground, plus a doe heavy with fawn, or a buck that carried winter mean. The dew inside the track still beads like glass. A minute ago, a gnat drowned in one crescent and hasn't kicked free. Within the hour, you say, more careful now. Hawker hums assent. He points at the interdigital cleft slot between the hooves. It's pressed deep and narrow, a sign of a heavier animal or a quick start. Angle, he asks. The toes point NW by N, but grass to the east is bent and shining. She detoured a route, stepped long over a branch, then corrected line. 2, you add, noticing a second faint print, smaller, offset. Doe and yearling. Good, Hawker says. Now walk like you're reading a letter from a friend you love, not chasing a thief. We move. Not straight, not fast. You widen your view until the print is less important than the sentence the prints write. In the sun-battered patch, prints vanish into glare, but a tuft of hair hangs on a hawthorn thorn-tawny, hollow hair that tells on deer. On a sandy lip, the dewdark line of a fetlock brushes a grass blade and leaves a dark punctuation. In a low spot, the earth drinks heavier and the hoof sinks deeper weight at the low point of the stride. Gait, Hawker says. Walk is left-right, regular. Trot is diagonal pairs left, 4 with right hind, puts a pattern like a checkerboard. Bound will group prints fronts down, then hinds landing where the fronts were or past. When they feed, they tangle their own story circles and pauses and little steps like guilty men. We find a feed sign 50 yards on, black cherry leaves nipped at a torn, not cut deer teeth are a bar on the bottom, pad on top they yank and rip. Droppings like chocolate-covered almonds in a scatter that steams a ghost into the cool. Warm, you whisper, and your stomach answers like a drum you didn't know you carried. The meadow opens, dew diamonds, loud as coins. Tracks go faint, here dew is all, ground is shy. Hawker makes you stop. Shadow tracking, he says. He shows you how to turn your head just off the line so light skims low and makes shallow dents throw shadows. You see it then, the track, not as an object, but as a disruption in shine. A brushed strand here, a brighter patch there, where the dew is scuffed to glass. You follow the absence as much as the sign. Halfway across, the wind shifts. The horses a ridge away snort, as if they smelled the same thought you did. Hawker raises 2 fingers, and we freeze not. Dramatic, just hush yourself. The wind warms 1/2 degree and carries a wild onion's breath and something musky. They're near, he says. Take only what the land is willing to sell. We slow to a slide walk, wait on the outside edge. He'll never slapping, lifting toes like you're apologizing to dirt. Noise is geometry, Hawker whispers. Round your edges. At the meadow's far lip, the tracks tuck into cover. Here the ground gets chatty. Turkey scratch marks rake the duff. Fox scat coiled like rope and sweet with berries. A bare print front foot, wide palm, a toddler's hand with claws. Hawker puts his palm beside it. The bear's pad is bigger. He nods to himself and doesn't translate the nod. Mind your eights, he says instead. To circle's belly and head. Don't gut a circle you can't finish. He means don't weave into brush without an exit. Don't lose the trail in a maze that wants you to confess to being lost. The deer thread a game trail. We follow, but not on the seam off left, 10 feet, where our boots won't erase their letters. Hawker stops you at a crossing log. Most men step on the same place. Animals step where the log tells them to. Their scuffs are lower, our scuffs polish the top. Read low. He points where 2 sharp dew prints speckle bark teeny crescents. Yearling, you say. Toe hung a heartbeat. We come to a drift of sand. The prints are a poem. Front right, front left, hind right, hind left, clean and crisp. Beside them, a second set breaks pattern, shorter stride, toes harder pressed, heel lighter. Alert, Hawker says. Something spoke to them. He doesn't mean words. A jay scolds once and forgets. A twig snapped where no wind put its hand. Our scent reached a nose we don't own anymore. The trail angles downhill. Speed picks up. Tracks lengthen dot. At a narrow seep, the mud is confession sore. Hoof edges hold sharp like a new swear. A shallow splash shows a half moon. The water clouds where they crossed and clears where time beat us to it. 5 minutes, you breathe. Hawker puts 2 fingers to his lips, without sound now hush, or the story ends wrong. We slow to glacial. He makes you count to 5 between steps. Painful patience. Your thighs tremble. Your breath learns to step where your feet do. Bill and Cormac are ghosts behind, flanking wide, their eyes on edges where ambush grows. This is not just deer. This is lesson in how to move when everything in you wants to move quick. Fast is loud, Hawker said once. Loud is empty. We crest a low hummock and there they are, because the world sometimes rewards honesty. A doe, head up, ears on hinges. A yearling mouth full of green, chewing like regret, is a foreign word. 40 yards. Wind in our face. Sun behind us. The world aligns like a compass that likes us. Hawker doesn't raise his rifle. He makes you choose. Meat or mercy. You weigh the pemmican in the parfleche, the journey ahead, the weather's lies, the hunger that lives a week from now. You sight her behind the shoulder. You remember to breathe like Hawker taught. Easy in, ease out. Squeeze and don't surprise yourself before the trigger breaks. Hawker says, soft as stitching. Take the yearling if you take. Doe leads next year. Read more than tracks. He isn't a preacher. He's an accountant of futures. You shift to the smaller body. The shot cracks. Birds write commas in the air. The yearling falls clean. The doe springs, bounds, stops once to put your face in her book, then vanishes into brush where even sound goes on tiptoe. Silence is louder after a good shot than a bad one. Hawker's hand lands once heavy, approving on your shoulder. Now the work that keeps the story true. Field dressing is a class you've started and failed before. Today he lets you pass. You open hide without hair, shallow and careful, hand like you're shucking a letter from an envelope with a knife you respect. You keep gutshot off the meat, tie off the colon with a twist, lift the windpipe free and pull. The steam is iron and grass. The liver lies glossy a galaxy you're allowed to eat. Hawker nicks it and checks for spots. Clear, he nods you a piece. It tastes like coins and smoke and next week's strength. He has you look at the stomach what she was eating. You'll learn the map of her morning. Browse of willow tips, a bite of fireweed, a lick of mineral at a clay lick you haven't found but will. He presses your fingers to the paunch wall. Warm tells time, he says. Useful if you come late for a track and want to know how far you're behind. He shows you glands you don't need, teaches you what to carry out for baitcaster, tempted beaver. Tarsal, tempt deer. Wilderness is a web of perfumes, not a blank page. You hang the carcass low in an alder shade and let the flies test your knots. Hawker rigs a quick tripod of saplings, a willow spreader, and you peel hide like pulling a shirt off a sleeping child, careful, steady, respecting the seams. The hide comes away with more grace than your first try weeks ago. Fleshing later, he says. Salt if we can hitch some from a cache or trade. Smoke if we can't. While the meat cools, he walks you through track stories nearby. A circle of flattened grass where a buck bedded a lone long body press, dew-dried in an oval. He shows you the entry and exit, how the hare points the way like grass at a river's lip. He finds a mouse run under the thatcher tiny tunnel, bright with seed holes, San says. Even small maps can lead you to bigger ones. Snakes, fox. If you want to eat, pray for complexity. We pack the yearling hindquarters bound to your pack frame with rawhide thongs. Front shoulders to Cormacs, rib meat to Bill. The spine to Hawker because he trusts himself with the awkward. We move slow, not noble, not heroic, just honest, with gravity. On the climb out, Hawker makes you track and carry. Brains grow better under weight, he says, and it teaches you not to chase where you can't haul. The trail we choose home is not the one we came in on, less likely to drag wolves over our back trail. We splash our boots in a riffle and walk the stones midstream for 30 yards to break scent, another kind of track erased. At the camp line, we step backward the last 20 feet and brush our own prints with willow switches to fuzz edges. We don't have to be ghosts, Hawker says, just less obvious men. In camp, meat goes to a high line between two aspens with bark that wears our cord kindly. Hawker's knots are sentences, 2 half hitches, a trucker's hitch, a finish that laughs at wind. He rubs ashes on the exposed ends of meat to trouble flies and drapes willow fronds, because willow feels like not meat to insects, dumb enough to read dot. Then the tracking lesson tilts. He points at the camp edge where our own sign shouts. Trampled grass, boot nibs, the drag of a quarter. Erase, he says. We broom with spruce boughs. Not to make perfection that's suspicious in its own right, but to lift pattern into moss. We scatter duff over black dirt, and scuff it with a heel in a figure 8 that fools only those who want to be fooled. We pick up stray threads, a dropped twist of horsehair, a paper from a cartridge cap, no glitter left behind. We walk out the grey water in a spiral, never dumping in one spot. Our own tracks get the courtesy we offered the deer. Afternoon bleeds warm. Hawker slits a thin strip of backstrap, and lays it on green sticks over coals that can't decide if they're shy. The smell is apology and reward in equal measure. While it browns, he sets you on remedial tracking. Bird sign. Everyone wants hoof and paw, he says. Find the quiet feet. He shows you where a grouse dusted shallow bowl of dry earth, a feather half molted. He points where a turkey dragged wingtips a pair of furrows like a child's story. He shows a murder of crows meeting play-splattered berries, glossy black feathers, and droppings white as verdicts. Even the wind leaves prince ripples on dust that point the way it touched last. The land is a chalkboard, he says. Storms erase. You write again. We eat in the amber hour, meat tasting like grace. Cormac tells a story about a Paiute tracker who could read a missing child out of a sandstorm by the way her small feet learned to full step shorter. Deeper on the left when she carried water, shallower when she stopped to cry and let the canteen hang. He ends quiet. No punchline, just the knowledge that tracks are people, not puzzles. Bill adds a French memory of a poacher in a snowed-in forest who walked backward in his own prints for a mile, then climbed a linden, jumped to a rock, and left in a brook. The game warden read it anyway, he says, laughing softly, because the warden knew the man better than he knew snow. Evening tips to Indigo. Hawker brings out the Parfleche lid with your weather sketches on the inside and flips it. Now write the ground, he says. You draw the split hoof with its cleft and splay, the diagonal pairs of a trot, the bound with fronts and then hinds, the turkey's rake marks and the fox's neat ovals in a straight purposeful line. You draw a human boot, heel square, toe blunt, with that telltale right foot drag that says you're a touch, not need. Know your own sin, Hawker says. Then it won't surprise you. He finishes the day with 3 hard truths, because that's how he blesses and bothers you in equal measure. First, never track with your mouth open. You'll breathe wrong and you'll announce yourself. Breathe through your nose, count with your teeth. Let your eyes do most of the work. Second, don't put all your faith in prints. Birds tell on you. Squirrels swear at what moves wrong. Jays are paid informants. If a ridge goes quiet, something bigger than you is writing in capital letters. Third, ask if you should. Just because you can follow doesn't mean the story wants to be caught. Take meat with thanks. Leave mystery with respect. Men who chase everything bring everything home, even what kills them. Night brings a cooler honesty. Crickets find their instruments again. The wind plays the horsehair soft. The river keeps its baritone below the bench. You lie back, and your mind keeps reading the ground behind your eyelids, half moons of dew disturbance. A hair on a thorn, a heel smear on sand. You realize this is what Hawk has been teaching past the traps and the ropes and the fire. Attention so complete it pushes out fear, foolishness, and the city's static. Before sleep, he gives you one last task. At dawn, he says, you'll track me, not to catch, to learn where a careful man chooses to be seen and where he chooses to be air. You want to ask how to pass. He answers the question you didn't ask. You pass if you know when not to follow. The stars come like advice you wish you'd had earlier in life. Your blanket smells of smoke and river mineral, your hands of tallow and leather. Tomorrow the ground will talk, even if prints don't. You will listen, not because it's dramatic, but because listening is the only currency the wilderness accepts. Asterisk Camp Truth before we open the possibles. If this series is teaching you something your great-great-granddad knew by feel, Tap like, subscribe, and drop your City Plus current time in the comments. Wild how a lineman in Cheyenne catches this at 4:07 a.m. while a grad student in Athens. Gar listens past midnight with a thermos of black coffee. Pull your blanket around your shoulders. Today's class is the difference between limping out and being carried. Frontier medicine, what actually worked. When the nearest doctor was to mountain ranges and a prayer away. Morning comes the color of old tin. The wind has that boiled pine smell that means sun later. Hawker lays his possibles bag between us like a gambler setting down a winning hand. We don't do miracles, he says. We do triage, time, and clean. He tips the bag and spills a life onto a blanket. Bone needle blunted, shiny with years. A roll of waxed sinew, a length of rawhide thong, a twisted hank of horsehair, a small brass oar, a plug of spruce pitch wrapped in buckskin, 2 cloth bundles tied neat, a strip of willow bark curled like a smile, a hawk bell tin with charcoal dust, and a square of linen charcloth black as a raven. He adds the axe, because doctors out here wear hatchets. Cormac eyes the spread and snorts. Looks like a hardware store fell over. Hawker grins without humor. Most injuries start in a hardware store. The day decides to demonstrate Bill is splitting kindling with a hand axe. Working too fast because the air is warming and he wants motion more than accuracy. Hawker's told us the old rule, never cut toward any blood you plan on keeping. The axe glances off a knot, kisses Bill S. left forefinger near the nail, and opens it to the bone in one indecent peel. Blood beads, then sheets. For half a second, the camp goes still enough to hear the river change its mind. Hawker is beside him before the second heartbeat. Sit, he says, voice like a hand on a wild horse's neck. He elevates the hand above the heart and pinches the cut's lips together, with a thumb and the side of his palm not pressing down, just closing the argument. You keep pressure, he tells you, sliding your fingers into position. Warm blood slicks your skin, and you feel it pulse against your knuckles. He talks while he works. Because teaching is insurance, he won't always be the only one here. First rule, stop the Red River. Not by choking the whole arm, unless you mean to lose it. Direct pressure, high and steady. Elevate. Breathe like you mean to keep living. He flicks open the little tin, pinches charcoal dust between finger and thumb, then stops himself. Deep cut shah is for shallow bleeders, he says, adjusting course mid-thought, like a man stepping over a rattler. He reaches for the linen charcloth instead, tears a clean strip from the edge with his teeth, and douses it with boiled water from the kettle still hot from coffee. Clean is the second rule, and it fights the devil you can't see. The water scalds his fingers, and he doesn't hiss. He squeezes the cloth until it's damp, swipes once to move loose blood, and shows you what not to do. Don't mop. Don't stir the wound like soup. Swipe once away from the cut. New cloth, new pass. The edges gape like a fish mouth. Needs stitches to behave, he says. He palms the bone needle, threads 2 hairs of horsehair into the eye, then draws the hairs through beeswax so they slick into one frontier sinew for heavy seams, he says, horsehair for hands and face less angry later. Camp truth before we open the possibles. If this series is teaching you something your great-great-granddad knew by feel, tap like, subscribe, and drop your City Plus current time in the comments. Wild how a lineman in Cheyenne catches this at 4:07 a.m. while a grad student in Athens. Gar listens past midnight with a thermos of black coffee. Pull your blanket around your shoulders. Today's class is the difference between limping out and being carried. Frontier medicine, what actually worked. When the nearest doctor was to mountain ranges and a prayer away, morning comes the color of old tin. The wind has that boiled pine smell that means sun later. Hawker lays his possibles bag between us like a gambler setting down a winning hand. We don't do miracles, he says. We do triage, time, and clean. He tips the bag and spills a life onto a blanket. Bone needle blunted, shiny with years. A roll of waxed sinew. A length of rawhide thong. A twisted hank of horsehair. A small brass awl. A plug of spruce pitch wrapped in buckskin. 2 cloth bundles tied neat. A strip of willow bark curled like a smile. A hawkbell tin with charcoal dust. And a square of linen, charcloth black as a raven. He adds the axe, because doctors out here wear hatchets. Cormac eyes the spread and snorts. Looks like a hardware store fell over. Hawker grins without humor. Most injuries start in a hardware store. The day decides to demonstrate Bill is splitting kindling with a hand axe. Working too fast, because the air is warming and he wants motion more than accuracy. Hawker's told us the old rule: never cut toward any blood you plan on keeping. The axe glances off a knot, kisses Bill's left forefinger near the nail, and opens it to the bone in one indecent peel. Blood beads, then sheets. For half a second, the camp goes still enough to hear the river change its mind. Hawker is beside him before the second heartbeat. Sit, he says, voice like a hand on a wild horse's neck. He elevates the hand above the heart and pinches the cut's lips together, with a thumb and the side of his palm not pressing down, just closing the argument. You keep pressure, he tells you, sliding your fingers into position. Warm blood slicks your skin, and you feel it pulse against your knuckles. He talks while he works. Because teaching is insurance, he won't always be the only one here. First rule, stop the Red River. Not by choking the whole arm, unless you mean to lose it. Direct pressure, high and steady. Elevate, breathe like you mean to keep living. He flicks open the little tin, pinches charcoal dust between finger and thumb, then stops himself. Deep cut char is for shallow bleeders, he says, adjusting course mid-thought, like a man stepping over a rattler. He reaches for the linen char cloth instead. Tears a clean strip from the edge with his teeth, and douses it with boiled water from the kettle still hot from coffee. Clean is the second rule, and it fights the devil you can't see. The water scalds his fingers and he doesn't hiss. He squeezes the cloth until it's damp, swipes once to move loose blood, and shows you what not to do. Don't mop. Don't stir the wound like soup. Swipe once away from the cut. New cloth, new pass. The edges gape like a fish mouth. Needs stitches to behave, he says. He palms the bone needle, threads 2 hairs of horsehair into the eye, then draws the hairs through beeswax so they slick into one frontier monofilament. Sinew for heavy seams, he says, horsehair for hands, and face, less angry later. He pours a swallow of pine needle tea over the needle. Not sterile, not by hospital measure, but hot and tannic and less dirty than the world. He pinches the wound shut, finds the edge with the needle, and takes small bite skin only, not meat. Close the skin, not your sins, he says, smiling at his own dumb joke because it keeps the muscles in his face respectful while he works. He sets 3 neat stitches, each tied with a square knot, tails trimmed short. The bleeding gives up. The wound looks like it knows its place. Now we tell it how to live, he says. He unwraps a cloth bundle inside, clean spiderweb stuffed dry as sage. He shakes his head at it and reaches for the other bundle, instead powdered yarrow, pale green and wild on the nose. Web is for desperate and dry days, he murmurs. Yarrow stops blood and sweetens infection. He dusts the cut with a whisper of the powder, lays a clean strip of linen over, and secures it with a wrap of rawhide thong that he softens with spit before knotting. No tourniquet above the elbow unless you mean to count fingers goodbye, he says, looking at you until your city brain forgets fever movie heroics. We check every hour for pulse past the bandage. If it swells or throbs like a drum you can hear in your teeth, we loosen. Bill looks pale behind his tan, breath a little short. Don't faint, Hawker says kindly. Men die falling onto their own knives and fires. Sit until the world admits you back. He hands him a strip of willow bark and a tin cup. Chew, drink. He taps the bark. Salicin helps the bad sing quieter. He taps the cup. Water, your blood is a river that got shallower. Fill it. Lesson 1 ends with life still inside the student. Hawker sits back on his heels and dumps the needle into a small pool of boiling water while the fire complains. Stitch Kit lives clean, he says. Rust and rot live together. We think we're done. The mountains laugh. Near noon, the light turns hard and white. Snow long gone from the bench, but up high the last banks gleam like polished bone. You and Cormac work a ridge trail scouting sign when the glare climbs up your eyeballs and scratches the back of your skull. By the time you camp again, the world has a white border and every blink feels like sand under the lid. You don't say anything because men are dumb that way. Hawker doesn't ask. He looks once and knows. Snow eyes, he says. City folks call it sun, but it's snow that bites you. He makes you sit in the shade of the lodgepoles and closes your hat's brim down to a slit. He crushes a bit of charcoal and mixes it with bear grease to a paste the color of a bad decision. Then, with 2 fingers, he swipes a thin black line under each of your eyes across the upper cheekbones. Wavies on the shore under your eyes, Bill quips. Hawker ignores him. Cuts the glare bouncing up, he says, and you're pretty if we squint. He takes a scrap of birch bark, splits it with his thumbnail, and cuts to narrow slits with the awl. A thong through each end makes a loop. He ties the bark over your eyes. The world reduces to 2 small knives of light. The pain backs off as if embarrassed. Inuit made them first, Hawker says. Men who listen survive. Men who copy live long. You wake from a nap and your eyes have forgiven you enough to work. The world is softer. The lesson is hard. Prevention wears a brim. Cure wears bark. The mountains aren't satisfied yet. Late afternoon, Cormac returns from the river, hunched and grey around the mouth. Stomach's mutinying, he says, polite, then doubles over, not polite at all. Sweat beads, he shivers, and the look in his eyes is the one men get when their bodies have turned election day into a coup. Water. You ask, already knowing the answer you saw him fill at a side channel where the water moved like a bored sermon. I boiled, he insists, then shakes his head. Maybe I didn't wait long. Hawker sighs with the long patience of a man who has buried friends, who were too thirsty to be smart. He resets camp on doctor footing. Kettle on hard boil, lid on to push the temperature up that last arrogant degree. He throws in a pinch of blackberry leaf from a twist of paper he keeps sewn into the Possibles bag's seam. Tannin and manners, he says. He opens the little tin of powdered charcoal and stirs a spoon of black into a second mug. Charcoal's a poor man's sponge, soaks up what shouldn't stay. He cools the mugs in a shallow hole he scooped near the fire, where the earth's stores chill like a miser. Cormac sips the blackberry tea first, then the charcoal water. His mouth goes raccoon black, and he grimaces like a sinner swallowing a hymn. No solid food, Hawker says. No fat, broth if you stand. Clean water every half hour. Salt and sugar pinch in each cup, so your insides remember what blood tastes like. If you stop making water, shout. If there's blood where there shouldn't be, I'll stitch the part of you that leaks. He pays out instructions, calm as rope. You think of city remedies, cutting, cupping, leeches. Hawker thinks of clean and chemistry, a plant learned without asking you to pronounce it. He digs a handspan pit and lines it with hot stones, sets the kettle in, and heaps duff around to keep it a steady low burble. 3-minute boil is talk, he says. Rolling for the length of a short song is action. He hums one of those tuneless camp hymns while it rolls. Supper is thin bone broth from last night's yearling spine, a pinch of wild onion, a twist of spruce tips for vitamin C. That isn't a word here yet. Hawker tells the scurvy story because he always teaches with graves behind his eyes. Men on the long rivers died with full bellies and rotten gums. He says, they thought salt pork was food enough. The pines knew different. We get through the dark with small indignities and big mercies. Cormac's fever spikes. Hawker sponges him with river water warmed to blood. He slides the wet cloth along forearms and down calves, behind knees, in armpits. Cool the river, not the whole country, he says. And when Cormac shivers, he wraps him first wool, then the oiled blanket to trap what sweat buys. He tucks a warmed stone at Cormac's feet. Heat the harbour, he mutters, not the storm. Near midnight the wind shifts cool, and Cormac sighs like a bag emptied. He sleeps. Hawker sits the watch with that half nap, his kind perfect, the one where he can snore and still hear a twig step wrong. You lie nearby, eyes full of stars and a mind full of plant names that never made the papers. Morning finds us a little wobblier and a lot more grateful. Cormac drinks water like it's the first honest thing he's met. Hawker nods toward the birch stand. We make real medicine today, he says, and walks you into the trees with a blade and a basket you didn't think you owned. He taps a willow with his knife hilt. White willow bark's got a quiet inside it. You scrape down to the cambium green Leonever the tree, never take more than a man who plans to come back alive. You peel long curls and coil them like watch springs. He shows cottonwood buds, the fat sticky ones that smell like church polish. Poplar bomb, he says. Melt with bear grease, cool in a tin. Smear on cuts and windburn and boots that want to crack. He points to yarrow near the creek fern-cut leaves, white tusk of flowers like a tiny wedding. Soldier's herb, he says. Stops, bleed, draws out what shouldn't linger. He shows you spruce pitch oozing like amber tears. Antiseptic before that was a word, he says. And you cup a lump and drop it into the buckskin twist. Back in camp, he plays apothecary. He sets the pitch nugget near the coals until it melts to a syrup strand and winds it around a stick like candy that saves skin. He warms bear grease low and stirs in crushed cottonwood. Buds until the fat goes golden and the whole camp smells like salve and spring. He pours it into the hawkbell tin to cool. He shaves willow into a pot and lets it steep, steam smelling bitter as truth. He bundles yarrow in a twist and tucks it where it'll stay dry. He cuts 6 inches of deer rawhide into a lace and soaks it. In an hour it'll be a tourniquet if a limb wants to forget blood used with judgment. Not panic, bone and bark, he says, laying the kit back out, organizing the world into piles of hope. A man can cross a season with just these and stubbornness. Then he teaches splints because gravity still exists. He has Bill lie down and offers him a stick. Pretend, he says, your leg forgot it's a leg. He cuts 2 straight willow slats, shoulder to ankle, pads them with moss and a folded shirt, lays them one inside, one outside, and lashes above and below the pretend break with rawhide he's kept soaked. Never tie over the part that hurts most, he says. Tie where the bone's honest. Leave the foot's toes out so you can see the blood still visits. He presses a finger to Bill's toenail until it blanches white, then releases. Color returns like a confidence trick you approve of. If the white stays, your knot is strangling. Dislocations come next. Hawker sets Cormac on a log and grabs his wrist. Elbows, a devil, he says. Shoulders, a drama queen. He shows you how to pull long and slow, not jerk, easing a pretend shoulder back into socket with gravity and a rope looped over a branch. Grease the groove, he says. Not rip it. He warns about the elbow. If the bones point wrong, we don't play bonesmith without a bonesmith. Sling it and pray. You ask, because you were raised on bad advice and campfire bravado. Hawker's face goes flint. You don't cut. You don't suck. You don't tourniquet until the arm is a dead flag. You lay the man down, keep him still, wash with water, wrap cool, and you get small. Motion pumps poison. Pride pumps faster. He pauses, and you don't get bit if eyes watch where hands go. He cuts a pair of tall grass-top moccasins from old hide and laces them over your boot snake guards the frontier way. Burns. The fire's gift to careless men. He drops a coal on the back of his own hand. Curses softly, flicks it off, and shows the blister start. Cold water, as long as the patient hates you, he says. Then grease with cottonwood salve over a clean cloth. Honey, if you have it keeps rotted bay and tells flies to mind their own gossip. No bacon fat. Pigs are for eating, not for medicine. He stares until you laugh and then stop. Because he's not joking. He shows hypothermia without a river. He has you strip your shirt and stand in the wind for a count of 60. Then makes you put the shirt back on and slide under a blanket with a hot stone wrapped in cloth at your core. Warm the trunk first, he says. Hands will be liars. They'll beg heat. If you give it, blood flees the places that sign your lease. Chest, then gut, then the rest. For I grit, he folds a triangle of linen, dips it in boiled water, and slides the corner beneath your lower lid, lifts the offending moat like a magician. No rubbing, he says. Rubbing is for lamps and lies. Infections, the thing everyone fears and nobody sees until it smiles in a fever. He lifts a kettle lid with one finger. Boil your water, your cloth, your needle, he says. Boil your language if you must. Clean hands make fewer crosses. He crushes a little yarrow and spruce together, adds a scratch of charcoal, and makes a poultice he spreads on a linen scrap. Pulls and sweetens, he says, laying it near Bill's stitched finger. Change it when it looks like it lost an argument. He doesn't ignore the hard stuff. Maggots, he says, making Cormac groan. On a rotten wound they eat what you shouldn't keep. Don't be proud. He looks at you when he says it, and you understand, out here. Dignity is whatever makes tomorrow possible. By late afternoon, the camp smells like a wild pharmacy and a tannery had children together. The sun leans gold through lodgepole, and for once the weather keeps its oath. Hawker sits cross-legged and ties up the day with 3 knots of knowledge and 1. Silence. First, carry your clinic needle. Thread, char, pitch, yarrow, willow, savon, your body. Not in a pack that can float away faster than you. Second, treat the cause, not the story. Heat or cold, wet or dry, tight or loose. Add the opposite like you're mixing a drink for a man you want to keep talking. Third, protect first, improve later. Splint with straight and soft, start bleed clean. Cool burn now prettiness is for towns. The silence is for the times it doesn't work. When the river takes a man, or fever wins the election, or steel goes where sinew can't argue. He doesn't speak of those. He folds the possibles, tucks the knowledge back into buckskin, and stands with that half creak of a man who slept hard on the ground most of his life. After supper meat thin, broth honest. Cormac allowed a mouthful because his colours back Hawker hands you the parfleche lid. The inside already carries weather and tracks. He taps a blank corner. Right remedies, he says. Draw the leaf, the bark, the way the splint sits, the knot that makes a sling. Paper dies slower than men, and the next idiot who finds this might be you. You draw a willow strip, curl shaded, a yarrow frond with little teeth, a spruce tear beated on a stick. You draw a hand with neat stitches and a poultice pad cross-hatched. You sketch a snake guard lace and the birch bark snow goggles with their monk-eyed slits. It looks like a child made it. It could save a man. Night takes shape. Frogs start their foolish choir in the slough below, and the river hums baritone like it learnt from dark. Bill's bandage holds. The finger throbs as it ought, but he smiles around it and plays cards slow with Cormac, who sips water like it's a covenant. Hawker sits with his back to a log, sharpening the bone needle with a stone, humming a song that never made it east. Before sleep steals you, he leaves one more line where your brain will kick it in the night and wake wiser out here. Medicine isn't heroics, he says. It's habits, clean hands, boiled water, tight knots, and the goal to rest when pride calls you lazy. Learn that, and you'll live long enough to make new mistakes. The stars look like salt flung from a medicine man's hand. Your blanket smells of pine and pitch and smoke, your fingers of horsehair wax. Somewhere a coyote barks once, deciding not to visit. You turn on your side in the parfleche crixer, little sound like a page turning, because tomorrow the class changes again. Asterisk, roll call, before the frost bites. If this series is keeping you warm in the brain, tap like, subscribe, and post your City Plus time in the comments. Always wild to see a snowplow driver in Missoula, tuning in at 3:13 a.m. while a nurse in Tallahassee watches on a lunch break. Pull the blanket tighter. Today we talk about the big thief called and the old tricks that kept frontiersmen breathing when the mercury tries to murder you. The weather breaks in a way that only mountains understand. Dawn is blue steel and distant quartz. By mid-morning, a rope of clouds hauls in from the northwest, low and muscled, dragging a wind so dry it tastes like chalk. Hawker sniffs and doesn't bother with poetry. Snow's coming hard, he says. We build for it, not inside it. We're on a bench above a river elbow, tree-lined tight with lodgepole and a scatter of Engelmann spruce. Deer sin stitched everywhere. But meat is yesterday's problem and shelters today's. Hawker taps trees like a surveyor reading a deed. Not here, he mutters at a sweet-looking flat. Cold sink. Cold flows downhill like water. It pools. He makes us walk 20 more minutes to a slight rise on the bench's shoulder, leeward of a spruce line. Here, wind quiet. Drainage good. Deadfall won't widow us. He points up. You look no widowmakers, those heavy, half-hung limbs that fall polite as anvils. Rule 1, he says. Roof above your roof is as important as the one you build. The winter camp plan, he drags it into dirt with a stick, a long fire parallel to a sleeping wall, a reflector fence opposite, a half-faced shelter pitched steeper than summer, wind bit biased, and a firewood cache that's not a pile but an insurance policy. Start with your bed, Hawker says, or you'll make it with numb hands and a brain that can't count. He sends Cormac to cut spruce boughs, Bill to collect dead-standing aspen and lodgepole, and hands you the axe with the look that means don't be dumb. Green wood for bowbed, he says, dead wood for fire. If it's on the ground and wet, split to the dry heart. If it's upright and grey, it's your friend. We lay a rectangular platform of crosswise poles, thumb-thick to wrist-thick, then stack 6 inches of spruce boughs, but ends in feather tips out, layered like shingles so 1,000 tiny air pockets will volunteer as insulation. Hawker has you lie down and check. If you feel ground, he says, add. We add until the earth stops talking through your ribs. Cold steals heat by touching, he says. Make it reach. With the bed right, we raise the half-faced shelter. Ridgepole lashed between 2 spruce trunks at a man-and-a-half height. Roof poles lean steeply, thatch of boughs thick as a fist, then a second course of boughs reversed for shingle logic. Hawker tongues a gap near the eave. Vent, he says. Smoke needs a door, and so do devils like carbon monoxide. People die on the warmest nights because they sealed a promise too tight, opposite the sleeping wall. We build a reflector shoulder-high fence of green poles and packed snow and angle, it like a mirror to throw heat back at the bed. Fire is a conversation, Hawker says. Teach it to talk to you, not to the sky. The long fire goes in the middle, parallel to the bed, to base logs the length of your outstretched arms, 6 inches apart, a ladder of kindling on top. Then a third log to cap it. Big fire wastes wood and makes smoke proud, he says. Long fire heats bodies, not clouds. He shows a second winter fire that lives when wind misbehaves. The Dakota fire halt to pits a forearm deep. Handspan apart, one wide for fuel and flame. One smaller to windward for air, joined underground by a tunnel. Hotter, stealthier, less fuel, he says, but you mind your footing. Holes don't love ankles. By noon, the first flakes arrive, dry and stinging, a million little arguments. We throw up a snow berm along the windward flank, scooped and stomped so it sinters and holds. Snow's a liar, Hawker says. It looks cold and is, but it's also a wall if you tell it to freeze in the shape you need. He shows a quick Quincy trick for emergency shelter. Pile snow in a heap the size of a wagon bed. Let it settle an hour while you do other work. Then carve a sleeping chamber with a small shovel and a stick bundle jammed through the roof as thickness gauges. We don't need the full Quincy tonight. But the lesson moves in. We stage firewood like misers, ristic, forearm thick, thigh thick, and a blessing of kindling dry as gossip. Count, Hawker says. An hour of small, 2 hours of medium, 4 of large. Double it. Now you're honest. He makes us tuck next day kindling in the shelter's eaves, so it dries in the rising heat. He splits wet rounds and rive slivers from the dry heart, stacking them bark up so Cormac builds a feather, stick shavings curled, but attached so one matches. Worth of spark can take a wet day across the river. We break for food the way winter men do. No lingering. Pemmican fried with a finger of onions, a quick bannock on a flat rock, snow melted in the kettle to topwater skins. Don't eat snow, Hawker says. You cool your core to heat your teeth. He sets 3 rocks near the fire for later bed warmers, wrapped in rags and slid by your kidneys when you sleep. Warm the man, not the room. Afternoon's lesson is clothing that understands physics. Hawker plucks your sleeve. Buckskin breathes and blocks wind. It drinks water if you let it, he says. Wool keeps bragging when wet. Cotton dies like gossip fast and inconvenient. Layer is law. Inner to move, sweat. Middle to trap. Outer to fight weather. Open your collar on climbs. Close it at tops. Wet is death's favorite door. Feet get a sermon. He lines your moccasins with dry grass and shows a vapor barrier sock trick. A thin dry sock, then a waxed cloth or oiled hide layer, then another sock. Keeps foot sweat out of insulation, he says. Your toes don't need a sauna. They need a wall. He pulls your bootlaces and ties them different. Winter not loosens with mittens, he says, demonstrating a loop you can thumb even when fingers go dumb. He trots out hand heat, mittens, not gloves, plural fingers sharing warmth and a thin liner inside for when you need dexterity without full exposure. He shows a neck gaiter cut from old wool, worth more than fashion. He ties a windskirter strip of canvas around your waist that blocks the draft sneaking under a coat. He laughs at fashion coats. Tailored is pretty. Baggy is warm. Now that we're dressed like men who take cold personally, Hawker teaches fire discipline. He lays the long fire and we light with 1 spark of coal from charcloth into a tinder bundle of cedar bark and dry fern. Nursed like a secret until flame stands up. He hands you a stick and says, feed small to make big. Feed big to keep. We build a Siberian fire, lay 3 logs in parallel, top lit on the windward end, so flame walks down the tunnel it makes. He shows how to bank coals under ash before bed and how to rake them to life, with a handful of dry grass and a sliver of pitch in the morning. Your best firemaker is yesterday's fire, he says. The snow thickens into the kind that erases edges. We work by principles, not hope. Water. You ask, gesturing to the white everywhere. Hawker nods and then refuses your instinct. Snow's a banker, not a friend, he says. We melt in the kettle. Add a cup of liquid water first so the metal doesn't burn the snow, then feed handfuls slow. He drops in a slip of pine needle and a pinch of clean ash. Minerals, he says, and taste. He warns against river ice. Fast water freezes sly. Test with a stick, not your foot. Black ice is Leviathan. He shows the ice thickness rule to inchesman's risk. 3 men ugly, but possible. 4 safe for walking. More talk to a horse. Food in winter is a different math. You're a stove, Hawker says. You burn or you stop. He opens the parfleche, pemmican, parched corn, jerky. He shows rose hips red on a thorn, bright as salvation. They hang through snow like lanterns. Tea or chewvitamin that keeps your mouth from bleeding. He digs cattail roots from a slough edge, not yet frozen, mucky to the wrist, and slices the white core for roasting. He knocks pine nuts from a squirrel midden with a grin, thanks the little thief, and roasts them in a pan that saw 100 other strange meals. Trapline continues, he adds, setting snares on narrow runs where rabbits right clear in the snow-simple loop, snares tied to saplings. Spring poles bent and anchored for a quick lift, and a figure for deadfall rigged near brush where mice broadcast the menu. Meat moves slower in winter, he says. We don't. Deepening snow demands travel legs. Hawker cuts willow hoops and laces them with rawhide to show what a snowshoe starts as. Oval is for open, tail is for trail, he says. But tonight's storm is a stay-put teacher, so we stash the frames to dry and will string them tight tomorrow. He shows how to walk in snowshoes wide stance, lift and slide. Never cross your own feet unless you like sitting down faster than intended. He sketches a ski from straight-grained fir and talks of mountain Shoshone who turned willow into speed. If you can glide, you can live farther, he says. And the idea lodges like a splinter you mean to keep. As darkness leans, the wind presses its ear to our reflector wall and learns nothing. The long fire throws a bar of orange at the half-faced shelter, and heat bounces back like a dog that knows its name. We cook stew thicker than manners, handful of jerky chopped fine, a scoop of parched corn, a tumble of cattail core, a powdering of wild onion, water brought up in 2 heats so it doesn't steal from the fire. We dunk bannock and eat like men who owe the day a thanks. Hawker walks the perimeter of the camp. Once ice cream scoop steps so he can read his own trail, later and returns to tuck us in with winter gospel. Asterisk heat moves in 3 ways, he says, holding up thick fingers. Conduction touch steals. Convection air steals. Radiation space steals. So, thick bed, blocked wind, reflected fire. Do all 3 and you can laugh at January. He assigns night watches not for raiders, but for fire management. Sleep warm in shifts beats, sleep cold all night, he says. First watch is yours. He shows you how to add 1 stick end on every 20 minutes so flame stays polite. How to squeegee snow off the reflector with a bow so it doesn't sag. How to tap the shelter poles to free a load before the load chooses its own time. How to look up for frost flakes on the inside roof that tell you your breath is writing a wet novel. Crack the vent more, he says. Warm and wet is colder than cool and dry at 3A.M. He has you prep a midnight super tin mug of snow malt kept near coals with a spoon of fat floating on top. Calories under your tongue at Dark's bottom, he says. Fat is heat with a fuse. Before he sleeps, he drapes a wool blanket over the reflector wall's top edge so heat doesn't sprint straight up, and shoves a log we call the Angel a slow, dense round across the fire's end. Angel burns while you dream, he says. You wake and feed the choir. The storm arrives, proper the kind that makes new shapes out of old truths. Wind says unkind things about our ancestry. Snow finds every unsaid gap. Our work holds. Warmth is not tropical. It is earned, nose cool, back toasty, toes okay. Your first watch passes in 20-minute prayers with a stick and a trance. You think of city heaters that hum calls you never answered. You think of the men who wintered in these mountains. without weather radios or forecasts, just the language of birds gone quiet, and a pressure change felt in bad knuckles. Hawker wakes for his watch like his bones set an alarm. He checks Cormac's color, touches Bill's bandage, lays a hand on the kettle like a mother. He doesn't say it, but you see it. Hygiene in winter is not vain. It's life. He lines a shallow latrine trench downwind and far. He keeps dishwater boiling and tosses a pinch of ash in the rinse. He dries socks near heat, not on it, because burned socks are a grudge. He forces you to change out of damp liners before bed. Sweat is a debt, he says. Pay it before you sleep. At grey dawn, the storm is already regret. Snow still falls, but with that lazy disagreement that means it's ending. The camp wakes warm enough. You rake coals, lay feather stick, and the fire stands again like a man forgiven. Coffee tastes like absolution. Hawker passes the hot stones wrapped in rags back from the bed's foot, and we set them near the kettle for another life. Then he takes us to the avalanche classroom, because winter isn't finished. We walk a spur to where slope opens, steep. 30 degrees and angling into a wide bold picture book, beautiful and littered with trouble. Hawker keeps us under trees. He points to wind-lipped cornices, overhanging like a bad promise. He shows a shooting crack on a test slope where a stomp sent a fracture running. He digs a quick snow pit the size of a grave and cuts a slab with his saw, tapping layers with the back of his mitten. The column slides on a weak sugary layer halfway down. Persistent weak layer, he says. That's a phrase that buries men who don't know it. He collapses the pit with a boot, and we back away like we had our hands in the wrong pocket. Travel low, he says. Trees are truth. Gullies are coffins. Back in camp, tools get their winter service. Axe head warmed and rubbed with fat. Handle checked for splinters. Saw blade cleaned and tucked into oiled cloth. Knife stropped on a belt charged with charcoal and grease. Winter dulls everything, Hawker says. Keep edges honest and you won't have to ask them to work miracles. He taps the flint and steel. Dry char lives with me, not in a pack. If I go for water and the river goes for me, I still light a way home. We cook a second stew heavy on fat, because today will be for snowshoe lacing and trap running. Hawker divides the day like a ration. 2 hours labor, 15 minutes movement warm-up, water always. He watches you for hypothermia, tells clumsy fingers, stumbling speech, that weird cheerfulness men get right before they freeze polite. Mumbles, fumbles, stumbles, he says. Warm that man now. He eyes our faces for frostnip white patches on cheeks and nose and rubs them with his warm palm, not snow. Snow is for prints, not medicine. Evening lands earlier in wintertime. The long fire glows steady. The reflector is crusted with ice that shines like old sugar. You pull a blanket to your chin on the bough bed and feel the heat line draw across your sternum. Through the vent you watch flakes fall slower, then stop. The river below mutters to itself, not to you. Your eyelids feel like good leather. Before you fall, Hawker ties the day into 3 knots you can untie when you're cold and stupid. First, build the bed first. You can sleep in a bad roof. You can't sleep on the earth's teeth. Second, fire is geometry parallel to your bed, reflected, vented, banked. Feed small to start, big to save. Third, manage wet. Wet from sky, wet from ground, wet from your own stubborn sweat. Every dry thing is a second chance. He pokes the angel log. It answers with a coal the color of a fox's eye. Winter doesn't want you dead, he says finally. It just doesn't care. We care. That's the difference. You sleep like someone who earned it, with hot stone near the kidney and tomorrow's list already writing itself behind your eyes. Finish snowshoes. Check snares, fell dead standing for the next storm. Render more fat into cents, so a second windskirt. Carve toggles you can work in mittens, and then maybe tell the truth about what warmth costs. Asterisk. Roll call before the water rises. If these frontier lessons have you checking your knots in your coffee, hit like, subscribe, and drop your City Plus time in the comments. Always wild to see a farrier in Bozeman tuned in at 5:22 a.m., while a paramedic in Tucson listens on the station couch past midnight. Pull that blanket up. Today we talk about the oldest partnership on this continent, horse and human, and the most relentless test they face together. Rivers that don't care about either of you. Hawker says horses are honest liars. They tell you exactly how they feel, just not with words you grew up hearing. We got our Remuda late summer too tough. Spanish blood bays with black legs and a scar-faced sorrel with a moon eye that sees ghosts first. They've wintered thin and hard hooves, like iron bowls, manes bermatted and proud. In mountain country, a horse is not a luxury. It's a time machine that moves you weeks ahead or years behind, depending on whether you read it. Right. Camp with horses, corrals. You can build with the world you've got. We're staging on a willow flat above a brown river that mutters in its beard. Hawker lays out the horse plan like a surgeon sets instruments. Never tie a living thing to a dead thing, he says, tapping a punky cottonwood. You wake up to loose horses and tracks that end at trouble, he orders a hut. Stout rope chest high between two living trees, well, outside our sleeping area, where it passes bark so we don't wring the trunks. From the high line, we hang drop leads with quick-release hitches you can pop with a mitten and a bad feeling. No animal is tied by the bridle. Hackamores and halters only. Knots low under the jaw where a pull doesn't crush air. He shows the picket, a forged pin hammered into a sod hummock. 30 feet of rope to a halter ring, the last 2 feet chained so teeth can't cut grief. Pick it at dusk when bellies are full, he says. A hungry horse will drag your camp to Nebraska. He hobbles the bay's front ankles loose enough to walk, tight enough to argue. Hobbles teach patience, he says, and patience keeps a horse close. When we can. We build a brush corral, the old waywillow and aspen woven quick into a circle big as a one-room school and twice as honest. Snow on the ground. A snow corral stomps tight as a wall. No trees at all. He'll set a stake line to picket pins and a long rope the horses can slide along. At night we hang a little bell from the sorrel's neck. A bell mare keeps the band together, he says. You hear that bell change, you listen with your boots on. Feed is a math problem you can't cheat. He walks the meadow like an accountant, counting grass heads by eye, checking for alkali patches and loco weed. Don't graze a meadow to its ribs, he says. You plan to come through alive next year. We slash a few green willow wands and tie them high so the horses can reach but not tangle. Salt goes out on a flat rock, draws them to water, and keeps thirst honest. Hooves get a sermon without hymns. Barefoot is fine on gravel and grass, Hawker says, lifting the bay's foot, scraping packed snow from the frog with the back of his knife. Sharp rock and ice. Shoes if you've got iron. Tar and ash if you don't. He mixes bacon grease and wood ash and smears thin on the Solarsold trick to keep snow from balling up into deadly stilts. He checks for stones under the bars, for heat above the coronet sign of an abscess brewing. Pine pitch poultice if it's hot. Walk him slow, he says. Saddle sores get cottonwood, bud salve, and a Brainton buckskin pad that breathes where canvas won't. You don't ride sores, he adds. You heal them, or you trade pain for a thrown man later. Packing that doesn't turn a horse into a rocking chair you can. Lose a week learning to lash right, or a season learning to lash wrong. Hawker throws a sawbuck pack saddle on the sorrel and manties, 2 loads into tight, square bales. Manty tarps a heavy canvas. Diamond hitches are religion. He pays the rope like he's talking to Witova, the top, under the bars, back across. Half hitches biting where they should, the cinch low and true. He tugs once with his whole back, not his arms. A load that doesn't move doesn't bruise, he says. Breast collar snug enough to keep the saddle from backing on climbs. Crupper loosened for a ford so it doesn't snag and drown a horse. He shows the tie-off we use on the lead rope, a slip knot you can hit with a knife. Anything you can't cut in a hurry is a noose waiting for a story, he says, reading a river before it reads your name. Late afternoon, we pick a crossing. Snow melt has swollen the river into a brown belt, pocked with white fists where rocks argue with current. The far bank shelves in gravel. Midstream shows no logs, surfing, no trees afloat good. Hawker crouches like a man reading fine print. Don't look for shallow, he says. Look for steady, he points with his chin. Braided channels with light riffles. A V of smooth water pointing downstream where current splits around a boulder. That V is a tongue, he says. It'll pull you where you aim if you respect it. He tosses a stick in, watches it spin, and chews an eddy. Eddies are rooms in a fast house, he says. You rest in rooms. You don't live in the hallway. He walks downstream 40 yards from our chosen entrance. You cross where you can land, he says, not where you can start. He sniffs, digs his fingers in the bank, holds mud to his tongue like a crazy man. Clay slick, he grimaces. We move to a gravel bottom muir. Boots speak different there. Crunch, not smear. Cormac eyes the far shore and makes the rookie vow. We'll just go straight across. Hawker shakes his head. You ferry, you don't fight, he says. Aim upstream at an angle so the current carries you to your landing, not past it. He walks us through the river rules like a catechism. Unbuckle, breast collar, and crupper. Lucine cinches a hole so the horse can breathe deep and the saddle doesn't bind ribs in cold shock. Drop the martingale if you were vain enough to use one in this country. Anything that traps ahead becomes a hand of death. Coils clear. Lead rope gathered without loops around your wrist. Never wrap. If the river wants a rope, give it rope, he says. Not your hand. One at a time, calm leader first, green horse last. Horses borrow courage, he says. Give them something to borrow. Riders' feet free. Toes out, not jammed. If you swim, you want boots that leave without a debate. Eyes on the exit. Your body follows your gaze. So does your fear. He has us strip the packs and ferry gear first. The cheap way, mantes double wrapped round green logs for float and dragged with a guideline from shore. It's ugly but honest, and the bundles bump into the eddy like obedient pigs. We haul them out by hand and stage them dry on the far bank, then the crossing. Hawker mounts the bay bareback with a hackamore. sits down heavy, just longer than it takes a horse to notice, and lets the animal study the water. When the bay's ears soften and his tail flicks like he forgot to be scared, Hawker asks forward. Not kicks, asks calves, whisper, seat deep, eyes set on the landing. They step in. Water comes breast high and cold, grabs everyone's heart. The bay snorts, crouches into the push, and swims 3 strokes, hooves finding the bottom on the tongue's shoulder. Hawker holds his fairy angle, not fighting the side push, and the pair slide into the eddy mouth, tidy as a letter. He lands, turns uphill, and waits. Bill goes next, then me. The sorrel box at the drop, knees locking. Hawker's voice crosses louder than river grammar. Give him his head and sing, he shouts. Bill laughs, swears like a hymn, and the sorrel commits. We slide, we feel the current take our knees out from under us. The horse's belly lifts, and for 3 forever seconds we're not riding. We're riding water. The far lip comes fast. The horse scrambles. We climb 2 steps of river and stand on gravel like nothing ever wanted to kill us. Cormac last. He's got the lead rope Rongdom coil around his wrist. Hawker sees it like lightning sees a peak. Drop that loop. He bellows. Cormac startles, rope slides clean, and a half-second later, adrift. Branch knifes through the space where that loop would have cinched him to a current he doesn't deserve. Lesson purchased, no receipt. On the far bank we count heads and legs, then we breathe. The horses blow and lick and find grass like the earth apologizes. Hawker recinches and rebuckles, checks for girth galls in armpits that care more than fabric. He rubs them with salve and a curse for harness makers who never wore their own work. If you fall in, the rules you learn once rivers win by surprise, not strength. Hawker teaches the human swim because pride walks off banks and the current writes obituaries. Go to your back, feet up, toes high, he says, standing on the gravel, arms out. Point your nose where you want to go. Angle your body like a canoe free. Angle even as a man. Don't stand until your foot finds the bank. Foot entrapment is the trapdoor don't step in the floor of a moving river. He makes me lie in a shallow side chute, 2 practice boots on, hat cinched. The cold cuts like fresh debt. The current spins me. I lift my feet, and suddenly the river is a conveyor, not a wrestler. I ferry to an eddy hawser, grab the back of a rock, not the front, ride around it to slack water, and stand only when gravel says I'm the parking lot. He grins at my gasping. You can't negotiate with water, he says. You can only choreograph. Horse in trouble. He drills that too. If a horse broaches sideways and water climbs the ribcage, you turn the head downstream, not up. He'll roll over you if you fight the wrong way, he says. If a lead rope snares, you cut fast, clean, no speeches about favorite ropes. If a horse drifts into a sweeper, those low branches that pin and drown we, let go and run the bank to a better landing. A horse that finds footing downstream will walk out if you're there. One tied to your heroics will become an anchor. Save the horse by not dying first, he says flat. Colic, spook, and the rest of the horse Bible, the crossing taxes guts. That night the moon-eyed sorrel rolls, groaning, trying to get comfortable. Cormac starts for the saddle, and Hawker blocks him with a palm. Warm mash first, he says, stirring hot water over a handful of crushed oats until steam smells like forgiveness. He walks the horse slow, clockwise circles around camp, hand on belly, feeling for gas. Peppermint grows nowhere near this valley, and medicine chests don't ride with us. but time and movement serve. Don't let him roll, Hawker says. Air twists the gut and turns hurt into an ending. The sorrel passes wind like thunder, and everyone cheers like idiots. He eats mash, drinks warm water, and stares at us like we're not clever. We aren't. We're lucky and old dash-fashioned spook cures. Hawker doesn't cure. He exposes. He rattles a tarp, drags a log, snaps a willow. He never pets fear. He shows it where to go. When the sorrel wheels, Hawker turns him in a small circle until his feet report to his brain again, then releases pressure like forgiveness. Feet that move without permission learn permission, he says. Give him a job. Fear hates chores. Night brings two-legged wolves as much as four. Horses are coin and thieves are common where whiskey gathers. Hawker sets the high line where it's visible from our bed and not visible from the river. He sleeps with his boots pointed that way, and a gravel toss test 1 pebble on the tarp for Cormac, 2 for Bill, 3 for me. We've been in the mountains long enough, that sound maps our world. Morning, we do it all again, because that's how not dying works. We break the brush corral, rake our sign. Leave the meadow looking visited, not settled. The horses get salt, and thanks the second they hear anyway. We cross another braid, easy, and work our way up a side valley where the river widens and the bottom shines, pebbled rather than polished. Good ford tells you by smell and sound and texture if you listen with. Everything Talker reviews. Because repetition is the frontier's favorite teacher. Horses, high line with quick release. Picket with chain end, hobbles for patience, hooves for health. Pack square, lash tight, cut fast when it goes wrong. Keep sores soft, thirst honest, bell on a neck that knows how to eat. Rivers, choose exit first. Read tongues and verses, find gravel, avoid clay and deep black. Fairy, don't fight. Loosen what binds, free what tangles, never wrap a rope, and keep your feet up if you swim. If the river argues, agree and angle. People, tie with a knot your fear can untie. Work in order. Don't talk while you cross unless singing makes you braver. We ride on. The sorrel flicks an ear. The bay yawns. The brown river keeps its gossip. You start to see the land as a series of agreements between hoof and stone, breath and slope, weight and water. Hawker looks at the sky and smiles with half his mouth. We'll be on schedule, he says, which out here means we will arrive, maybe hungry, certainly tired, but with all the legs we started with. At camp that evening, we loop the high line, hang the bells, sop salve on a girth rub, and boil water for grain because rivers tax heat as much as miles. The fire throws a wide orange bar. The horses' shadows lean long and kind. Bill gives the moon-eyed sorrel a scratch where his mane meets withers, right in that spot that unknots old arguments. The sorrel sighs like a door finally closed before sleep. Hawker ties today into 3 knots and leaves them at the foot of your bed. First, a horse is a map that moves. Read him and you'll know the country before you arrive. Second, a river is a road that tests. Plan the landing, angle the crossing, and keep your knives sharp for ropes and pride. Third, quick release is not a knot. It's a philosophy. Build every part of your day so one pull frees you from the stupid thing you didn't see coming. The river hushes like a preacher at the end of a long, honest sermon. The horses shift and sigh. The bell knocks once and rests. You pull the blanket up and feel the day leave your bones like a tide going out. Tomorrow is the last class, asterisk. Last roll call of the series before the shooting starts, figuratively, mostly. If this run changed how you see cold, fire, water, horses or your own heartbeat, tap like, subscribe, and drop your city plus time. Always wild when a lineman in Casper checks in at 4:07 a.m. and a night shift. Baker in Philly answers at 6:07. Pull the blanket up one last time. We've got a rendezvous to ride into, a reckoning to face, and a pocket full of field-worn lessons to send home with you. The valley of noise, we hear it before we see it. The mulled roar of 100 voices poured through trees. The pop and sizzle of fat on griddles. The iron rattle of trade kettles. A fiddle soaring a tune that got here by canoe and stubbornness. Smoke hangs over the meadow in a low, soft ceiling, smelling of willow, tallow, coffee, horse. A river runs broad and brown along the east. Teepees stand clean as teeth along one flank. Brush shelters and lean-tos crouch upwind like dogs out of rain. Saddles, hides, antlers, guns. Traps the hardware of a continent glitter, and dull and glitter again as clouds pass. Rendezvous is a city without streets. Born in a week and gone in 3. Where money is fur and credit is a man's name said by someone who didn't owe him. It's where the wilderness takes a breath and civilization holds its nose. It is chaos with rules. And if you don't know those rules, you become someone's story. Told with a grin and no malice, Hawker checks his cinch, blows out his breath, and we walk in at a trot that looks casual and is not. Eyes high, he says. Smile with your teeth covered. Don't buy anything with silver on it unless you like soft iron. And don't drink from a jug you didn't watch getting born. We stabled the horses inside a brush yard near men Hawker respects a ledger more trustworthy than paper. Then shoulder our pelts in menti bundles. Fur in flesh, side out. Dry as good humor. The arithmetic of fur and the art of not getting robbed a company. Tent runs long and low. Canvas patched with old stories. Inside, scales hang from a beam, weights stacked like quiet threats. The clerk's quill scratches. The factor's eyes are the color of water that has already decided to be ice. He's the river in human form. No promises, no apologies. We stack our prime beaver in neat crescents, silver-guard hairs lying like wind-combed water. Hawker says nothing, and saying nothing is the first price paid. The factor pokes, pinches, lifts by ear and edge, mutters a value that began forming in his head when he saw Hawker's face, not our pelts. Hawker shakes one's no. The factor counts again, slower, adding a ration of fairness because men are watching. Hawker tilts his chin. Deal. Take pay in what you can carry that can carry you, Hawker murmurs. Powder, ball, flints, awls, needles, salt line, steel traps if you can stomach the weight. Whiskey's a subtraction. Velvet is a disease. We trade for coarse cloth that doesn't rot in the rain. For iron that rings right when you thrum it with a knife. For a small keg of 3-pound nails, you can build a future with nails. For a new file that sings against steel. For tea, because Hawker is human. For 2 whetstones, one to keep and one to lose and not cry about. For Bill, we find a surgeon's roll, lancet, bone saw, suture needles. He eyes it like a man who knows what he is not yet ready to know. On the far side of commerce stand the stalls that sell what debt and grief look like if they put on perfumed shirts. cards, dice, jugs with corks that explain why your name disappears from other men's mouths. Hawker steers us into a scene between tents where deals look like neighborliness. A Shoshone elder sits cross-legged on a robe, beadwork like sky fragments on his lap. His grandson translates with a grin bigger than the river. We trade a knife and a sack of salt for a pair of quilled moccasins made by someone whose fingers understood time. He throws in a lesson free: how to soften porcupine quills with warm water and a whisper. Diplomacy in a place that doesn't pretend to be a church rendezvous is a treaty that happens daily. A braid of languages, hands, eyebrows. The crow set up away from the Blackfeet shadows, but both travel the edges because horses move and men follow them. A Nez Perce band rides in at dusk, horses with tails like brush fires. French voyageurs with laughs like bells, trade stories and pipes. A half-dozen Delaware teach a Missouri kid how to set a snare that won't tattle to the rabbit. Hawker shakes hands with men he's saved and men who saved him. He nods to two he won't trust with a stick. He gives tobacco to a Bannock grandmother who once mended his shirt with sinew and pity. He stands, hat off, in the shade of a teepee for a minute because a man he admired went there to keep being. Admired in a place that doesn't use years, when trouble threatens, and it always does. The rules come out of pockets already open. Guns stay down in trade ground. The fastest way to get killed by accident is to refuse the existence of gravity. Talk to the right person. If you're in a lodge's shadow, the oldest woman there outranks your sense of drama. Pay for what you break. Twice if you broke it by showing off. Names get remembered. For kindness faster than cruelty. Men live on that. We eat from 5 fires in a day. Elk ribs black on the outside and soft as forgiveness within. Fry bread blistered and salted. Berry cakes smashed between hot stones. Coffee so strong it could negotiate on its own. At night the music starts, the kind with a fiddle and a bone whistle and a drum beaten with the handle end of a spoon. Men dance like jokes told too long and still funny. Women laugh at them and then with them. Stories get bigger. Fear gets small enough to be put in a pocket you will forget in the morning. Medicine. Honest and otherwise, not every story ends with a joke. A trapper with grey eyes shows us the scar where a grizzly ate part of his calendar. He raises his shirt and a line like a river cuts him from hip to hope. Sutures of horsehair, he says, proud and alive. A Blackfeet boy limps past with a splint carved smooth and wrapped in deer hide. His uncle checks circulation with 2 fingers and a prayer. A voyageur displays a hand missing 2 fingers, like a widow holds a ribbon. Axe, he says. We nod, like we knew the axe personally in the doctor's tent. If a man who learned from blood and boldness is a doctor, the medicine chest is cedar and metal and smell. Laudanum for women, whiskey for men, the difference is mostly hope. Willow bark tea for fevers, honey for wounds, pitch for everything that won't mind being sticky. Hawker buys needles and gut. He buys thread we dye later with boiled willow to make it less interesting to crows. Write this. He tells me, so you can do it when I'm the patient. Clean with boiled water cooled. Stitch when edges meet easy. If they don't, you pack with honey and thyme. Splints get tied in figure eights, not strangled. Heat exhaustion drinks salt. Cold gets fed fat. And a man whose eyes have gone to glass is not a man for the rest of today. He's a job for 3. The reckoning, what we take and what we rendezvous, ends the way weather does, by deciding to. The music keeps one tent open past sense, but the horses begin pointing their noses toward whatever they call home. Teepees go down, poles bundled clean, hearth circles covered with sod. Brush shelters are folded into the notion that brush is also a person. The meadow, rutted and scolded, starts to look like it will forgive by autumn. We count our new iron and old friends. We pay a quiet debt to 3 people we can't pay. The 2 we couldn't keep warm, and the 1 we couldn't keep from seeing something he can't unsee. We write their names in the margin of a ledger that doesn't need ink. Hocker lays out our last class on a blanket that's seen better weather and worse men. Lesson 1. The map you carry in your head is the one that matters. He taps his skull. Paper burns, gets wet, lies by omission. Rivers move their mouths, trails fall off hills. You carry the sun, stars, landmarks, watersheds in here, or you don't carry them at all. You write them again every time you look. Lesson 2. Build systems, not moments. Shelter is bed, plus roof, plus windbreak, plus fire geometry, plus wood supply, plus vent. People build a roof and think they're housed. They're not. They're camping with ambition. Lesson 3. Every tool does 3 jobs, or it goes home without you. He holds up the axe. Fell, split, carve. The knife, food, fire, first aid. Blanket, sleep, shelter, wall, stretcher. If it does one job, he says, it's a hobby. Lesson 4. Wet is the enemy you can win against. Rain outside your coat is less dangerous than sweat inside it. Work with your buttons. Vent on the climb, seal at the top, change socks like religion. You will hate yourself 10 minutes. You will love your toes in January. Lesson 5. Quick release is a philosophy, not a knot. On rivers, with horses, in deals, in pride. Leave yourself a loop you can pull when the stupid shows its face. Lesson 6. Read sign, don't predict it. Asterisk. Tracks, clouds, birds, watercolor, voices, your partner's silence. The world is writing. Stop rehearsing your line long enough to read the script. Lesson 7. Share heat. Food is fire you can carry. Fat is tomorrow's blanket. Tea is a warm argument your blood will always lose and be grateful for. Lesson 8. Pay the land back in silence and clean ground. Leave wood for the next cold man. Drown your fire's last whisper. Untangle the willow you cut from the mess you made. Don't teach the meadow your name. Lesson 9. People fail before gear does. Good men die with the best kit because their heads got stormy. Breathe, count to 10. Build the bed first. Lesson 10. Tell it true. He stares at me with that look that means the homework has no deadline but also no excuse. Whatever you do with all this, don't sell the postcard. Tell the weather. Tell the blisters. Tell the stupid that tried to drown us and the smart that didn't let it. Teach someone who thinks adventure is a hat. Packing out with more than we brought, we shoulder our loads, lighter in fur, heavier in iron and obligation. The horses lean into the slope, iron shoes biting quartz, bare hooves choosing duff. We climb out of the rendezvous valley into afternoon weather that is trying out the idea of rain and then deciding against it. Behind us, the meadow erases us with a breeze. On a ridge we stop, because stopping is a skill too. The whole country rolls out like a ribcage breathing. Basins cupped with timber, ridges combed by wind, snow pockets stubborn as old men. A hawk writes a sentence we can't read. The river below remembers our names and declines to use them. Bill breaks the quiet. What if a man learns all this and never needs it? He asks, half joke, half something heavier. Hawker smiles, the way a cliff smiles at a valley, loving and unpersuaded. He already needed it, he says. He just didn't know. You don't have to be cold to own fire. You don't have to drown to love rope. You don't have to get lost to deserve a sky that points. We walk until the light goes long enough to make liars of distances. Camp is a half-faced shelter because some good ideas don't retire. Long fire parallel, reflector set, vent cracked, bow bed thick, kettle singing, socks steaming on a stick, hot stones tucked like promises by the kidneys. We eat stew so simple it could vote in any state. We pass a tin cup with tea that tastes like homework done. Night comes. It always does. The stars show their old tricks. Coyotes take a pole nobody asked for. A horse shifts and sighs. The fire drops to a spine of coals and a muscle memory of flame. Hawker heaves a blanket over his shoulder and lies down the way a mountain lies, with no intention of moving for anyone but time. He speaks without opening his eyes. You'll go back to town, some of you, he says, and that's fine. Roads need people who can pull a stuck car with a tow strap they tied right. Kids need parents who can make a camp and a calm. Offices need the man who knows how to vent a room and bank a fire. When something goes sideways, somebody has to be the one whose head is a map, whose hands remember knots, who can tell wet from cold, from dumb, from tired. Be that somebody. Don't be loud about it. Just be it. Silence comes, then not empty, just full of everything not said. Sleep takes us like the river did, but warmer, kinder, with more chance of waking up. What you carry home, even if you don't own a buckskin shirt. You don't need a trapline to use mountain logic. You need a Tuesday and a willingness to make it better. Here's the pack list that fits in a city coat. Mindset, build systems. Leave quick release, read sign, pay wet, share heat, tell it true. Skills, fire from junk to flame. Shelter from materials and math. Water find, melt, boil. Knots bowling, trucker's hitch. Clove hitch, quick release. First aid stop the bleed. Splint, honest. Navigation, sun, stars. Watershed logic, negotiation eyes high. Teeth covered, pay what you broke. Microkit, knife you can sharpen. Lighter and a steel because redundancy is mercy. Cordage bank line or paracord, bandana filter, sling, pot lifter. Signal, small headlamp, tape cloth or duct. Wrapped on your bottle, a bag of salt, a tin of fat, call it lip balm. We'll know, and a story that's true, when the power goes, when the river rises, when the meeting turns to weather you didn't predict. You'll have more than a complaint. You'll have a way, dawn will come where you are, the same way it came to us. With light on the far ridge and coffee that says you made it one more time. You'll step out into whatever your country is alley, or pasture, or cul-de-sac, and you'll be a hair more dangerous in the ways that make neighbors safer. If this series put a good edge on you, carry it forward. Teach a kid to tie a bowline and fry a bun. Show a friend how to start a fire in the rain and keep their socks dry. Walk into your own rendezvous work, family, community with your knots tied right and your pride set to quick release. Be the heat. Be the map. Be the person whose quiet competence is the story everyone else tells later. And when you get coldened, you will. Because weather is not just temperature, Remember what we built. Bed first. Fire for geometry. Wind denied. Wet defeated. Fat as a strategy. Tea as an apology. Friends as a system. Remember the river's rules. Remember the horse's honesty. Remember the meadow's patience. Remember to leave clean ground behind you. You close your eyes now, at the end of this trail, and hear the long fire ticking down to coal. The horses shifting soft as breath, Hawker snoring like a small bear who paid his debts. And the river saying what it always says, keep moving. Learn as you go. Don't try to own me angle, and I'll put you where you wanted to be. That's the series. That's the map. If it helped, if it warmed something that needed warming, you know what to do. Click the little buttons modern life put where the hearth used to be, and tell me where you're watching from. I'll be out there a while longer, learning how to listen to wind that speaks 3 languages and a fire that answers in all of them. Stay warm. Stay humble. Tell it true. Asterisk.